Generalissimo's staff car. He loved to hunt, was arrested once for shooting a pheasant from the comfort of his car, toted a .44 most of the time, and was reputed to be a champion knife thrower. In 1906, he divorced his wife of 15 years after the death of their 7-year-old son. The couple married again a decade later, then separated again. Locke had an office and surgery downtown on Glenarm Place, just across the street from the Denver Press Club and next door to the Denver Athletic Club, that also served as his residence and Klan headquarters. The place was like something out of a Lon Chaney horror movie, decorated with displays of armor, antique weapons, and animal heads. Locke kept more than 24 guns and several crates of ammunition in a vault in the basement, and more firearms in a chest upstairs. Behind a hidden door was a throne room, where, flanked by hooded flunkies and his dogs, a Dalmatian and 2 Great Danes, he met with Klan supplicants. One reporter who visited him had the impression that Dr. Locke was living in the Middle Ages, that he was sort of a romantic man. Like Simmons and Stapleton, like many Klan adherents, Locke had ties to the American Protective Association, Spanish-American war veteran groups, and the Masons and other fraternal organizations. A 1918 biographical sketch describes him as an elk, an Episcopalian, and a prominent figure in Masonic circles. Yet whether he ever believed in the teachings of the Koran remains an open question. His personal conduct was greatly at odds with the Klan's anti-Catholic stance. No matter how volubly he might denounce Catholics at meetings or dress down subordinates for fraternizing with them, he had many Italian Americans as patients, and he employed 2 Catholic women, Sisters Mary and Anna Kostler, to assist with secretarial and nursing duties in his practice. By some accounts, Locke's ex-wife was Catholic too. After his death, stories would surface that he had dissuaded his more rabid followers from acts of violence against Catholic targets, including a scheme to blow up the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, the Denver Diocese's lavish French Gothic mother church in the heart of the city. Locke told the plotters that the diocese would simply collect insurance on the loss and build an even grander temple. In his writings, Locke described Jews, Catholics, and blacks, or as he put it, the exploiter, the moral tyrant, and the usurper, respectively, as the enemies of white civilization. Yet he also urged a certain degree of moderation in battling those enemies. He had seen what had happened in other states, such as Texas and California, where Klan vigilante actions quickly spiraled out of control, leading to raids and indictments and pariah status for the organization. Locke was interested in broadening the Colorado Klan's reach and its power, not marginalizing it by catering to its most militant true believers. His plans aligned neatly with those of several members of the Klan hierarchy in Atlanta, who were in the process of wresting control of the national organization from Joe Simmons. The Imperial Wizard's heavy drinking and his increasing reliance on the public relations team of Tyler and Clark didn't sit well with some of the faithful. There were complaints about the hefty commissions Tyler and Clark were pocketing and their rumored moral turpitude, as well as Simmons' inability to keep a lid on vigilante yahoos. Led by Hiram Evans, a Dallas dentist, the dissidents sought to rein in the more rambunctious Claverns and ditch the sentimental slop about hooded knights riding to the rescue while the magnolias bloom. Once known for participating in vigilante actions himself, Evans was now keen on attracting higher quality applicants and building a classier Klan. He wanted to transform the organization into a political and economic force, one that could deliver votes to compliant candidates and boost the sales of receptive businesses. By the spring of 1923, Evans' group had eased Simmons into a promotion to emperor, a ceremonial post that held no power and dispensed with the services of Clark and Tyler. Imperial Wizard Evans moved his base of operations to Washington, D.C., and began paying recruiters salaries rather than commissions. In Denver, Locke focused on recruitment and feel-good media events. The local Clavern outgrew one meeting place after another, while other chapters began to find traction in Boulder, Pueblo, Canyon City, and Grand Junction. Klansmen teased the press with bits of theater, showing up unexpectedly in their finest robes at funerals or church services and offering a donation. When a prominent Denver restaurateur died, a plane dropped white carnations on the funeral procession, each one affixed to a red ribbon bearing the words Ku Klux Klan. When famed evangelist Amy Semple McPherson came to Denver on a lecture tour, the Klan kidnapped her and pledged its protection. When they came to light, acts of intimidation, such as the threatening letters sent to Ward Gash and NAACP leader George Gross, were disavowed, blamed on stolen stationery or some other handy excuse. These were all preliminaries, signs that the Klan was biding its time and awaiting its moment. 6 weeks after the election of Mayor Stapleton, handbills appeared around town announcing an upcoming lecture at the city auditorium that would explain what the Ku Klux Klan was all about. The speaker, George C. Minor, was a paid apologist for the Klan, one of several Protestant ministers who went around the country defending the organization. The news caused an uproar. Not only had the new administration seen fit to rent out a city facility to the Klan, but placards announcing the event had been affixed to the doors of the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, as well as to the doors of several other churches and synagogues, a clear provocation. The day before the lecture, Stapleton met with one delegation of concerned citizens after another, demanding that he cancel the event. They included Catholic and Jewish leaders, representatives of the NAACP, and attorney Phil Hornbein, who reminded Stapleton of his campaign pledge renouncing bigotry and secret organizations. Governor Sweet sent a telegram. "No possible good and much harm will result from this meeting." Stapleton waffled, but ultimately insisted that the show must go on. The Klan was entitled to present its views, he said, as long as it didn't attack any other race or creed. The free lecture was slated to start at 8:30 in the evening on June 27th. The auditorium quickly filled with an estimated 4,000 people, a mix of Kluxers, anti-Kluxers, and the curious. After a brief organ recital, Minor took the stage. He began by daring the crowd to send him packing. "If there is a single man in the audience who does not wish to hear what I have to say, let him rise to his feet, and I will withdraw." Several people stood up: a black minister, a little girl, 2 Catholic priests from the cathedral. The priests had been chaplains during the war and were dressed in their army uniforms. One of them, Father Francis Walsh, began to explain that he objected to the invitation he'd received plastered on his church door. Applause broke out. Others jeered and hissed. Minor tried to quiet down the hecklers. Rice Means, Stapleton's newly appointed manager of safety, announced that the meeting was over and ordered the audience to disperse. Amid grumblings and boos, the place quickly emptied. The invisible empire had tried to emerge from the shadows, but the moment wasn't right yet. The best the group could hope for was to be seen as free speech martyrs, muzzled by intolerant papists. But the wheel was about to turn. A few months later, it would be the other side struggling to make itself heard, drowned out by a mob of Klansmen under the direction of Grand Dragon Locke. The flap at the auditorium did not go unnoticed at the district attorney's office. The Klan was part of the unfinished business Van Cise was determined to clear away in his last 18 months in office. So far, he had been able to convict only one Klansman of a single offense, and a pretty minor one at that. Warren Given's contempt of court conviction for refusing to admit that Locke was the Klan leader. But he could see more trouble looming, now that Stapleton had revealed his Klan sympathies. Who knew how many cops, city officials, judges, and state legislatures were secretly Klan members too? In his darker moments, Van Cise wondered if he had cleared out a rat's nest at City Hall, only to see it replaced with something much worse. He talked to his confidant Robinson about ways of investigating the Klan, or at least getting a handle on the identities of its leaders. As the group grew larger, it might become more vulnerable to infiltration. He knew some newspaper reporters who were thinking along the same lines, trying to finagle Klan memberships so they could expose what went on in the meetings. Perhaps it was time to launch a full-scale undercover operation, similar to what he had done to smash the bunco ring. But what crime was the Klan committing specifically? Sedition? Inciting violence against immigrants and minorities? Defrauding its own members? Van Cise began collecting Klan flyers and pamphlets and looking into what other prosecutors had done to fight the organization. Before he got too far down that road, he had other unfinished business to address. In June, Judge Dunkley handed down the sentences in the bunco case. 7 years in prison for Blonger, Duff, French, Belcher, Cooper, and 6 other defendants. A mere 3 years for the Christ Kid and 7 others. The 20th defendant was deemed to be insane and was spared prison entirely. Van Cise considered the terms quite light. He was surprised when the fixer reached out to him from jail, begging for a final meeting before he was sent to the penitentiary in Cannon City. Van Cise had the old man brought to his office. Blonger had lost weight. His clothes hung on him. He was all wheezes and groans. He pleaded for mercy with trembling hands. "All my insides are gone," he said. 7 years, 3 years, 1 year is death. Surely you don't want me to die down there. As always, the man had a proposition. Send him to the pen for 2 months, then ask the governor to pardon him. Let him die a free man. It was the least the colonel could do. Van Cise said nothing. He thought about the Reverend Manaugh, who'd lost the funds his clients had entrusted to him and then ended his life with poison. He thought about another victim of Blonger's operation who had spent his last months in grinding poverty, his life savings gone, devoured by wolves. When he finally spoke, it was with surprising vehemence. "What leniency have you shown to others?" he asked. "I will fight to the last any attempt to give you leniency of any kind." Blonger saw no point in arguing. There was no fix to be had. He shuffled off to his doom, a badly defeated man. He died 6 months later in the prison infirmary, at the age of 74, of kidney trouble, and what was described as a general organic breakdown. Hundreds turned out for his requiem mass at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception. Former Deputy Sheriff Tom Clark helped to carry the flag-wrapped casket. Jackie French sent a wreath of 100 Easter lilies. It was one of the grandest funerals Denver had ever seen, underwritten by Blonger's widow, Nola. She had managed to retain a chunk of his fortune, despite the legal bills, the lawsuits, the government liens, and the humiliation she'd endured after the trial, when news broke of the double life her husband had led for decades, dividing his time between her and his mistress. The newspapers eulogized him as a picturesque character, generous to a fault, always ready with a few bucks or a Christmas turkey for the needy. Lou Blonger stuck to his friends, declared the Denver Post. He had them in all walks of life. 7. The Star Chamber. They snatched Patrick Walker 2 blocks from his shop. A 25-year-old optician and active member of the Knights of Columbus, the Catholic fraternal organization, Walker had seen men loitering outside his eyewear store for the better part of a Saturday evening. They were gone when he locked up and walked south on Glenarm Place. But as he approached 21st Street, 5 men poured out of a car, guns drawn, and hustled him into the vehicle. They drove north, past Riverside Cemetery, into sparsely populated farmland on the edge of the city. They took him into an isolated shack and asked him questions about his religion. Evidently not happy with the answers, they beat him with the butts of their revolvers, inflicting deep cuts and bruises on his head and shoulders, and told him to leave town. One of the men told Walker that they were KKK and were looking for a man who had been doing some rotten stuff around town. They were going down the line with all the men like him. Before he lost consciousness, Walker managed to tell the men that he had done nothing wrong. The police declared themselves baffled by Walker's story. He could not identify any of his assailants, even though only one of them wore a mask. No identification, no arrest. They snatched Ben Laska outside his house. The son of Russian Jewish immigrants, the 49-year-old defense attorney was a former vaudeville artist, known for performing magic in and out of the courtroom. Laska amused juries and annoyed judges with his sleight-of-hand routines, but his greatest trick was making the charges against his bootlegger clients disappear. One Friday evening, hours after Laska had gotten yet another rum runner off with a small fine, he received a phone call at his home. A man who lived a block away on Cook Street was dying, the caller said, and needed a lawyer. Laska agreed to a deathbed consultation. He was barely out the door when 2 men approached him. One grabbed him by the throat and slapped a hand over his mouth. The other seized his legs. They carried him to 2 other men waiting in a car. All 4 wore masks. They drove north, past Riverside Cemetery. They dragged him out on a country road and beat him with blackjacks. They told him to stop defending bootleggers, or they would be back. Then they drove off. Laska told reporters that he believed his attackers were Klansmen, in cahoots with certain officers of the bootleg squad and officials of Magistrate Henry Bray's court. A few months earlier, Laska had been accused of bribing witnesses to keep them from testifying against his clients. Grand Dragon Locke had taken a personal interest in the matter, accompanying Denver Police Chief Rugg Williams when the chief set out to arrest the attorney. Laska had been acquitted at trial, frustrating the Klan and its allies on the police force. The assault on him was payback, he insisted, for being a zealous advocate for his clients. Chief Williams scoffed at Laska's charges. So did Sergeant Fred Reed, head of the bootleg squad, and, like most of the squad, a Klansman on the sly. The actions of his men on the night in question were all accounted for, Reed insisted, and they were too high-principled to try to enforce the prohibition law with blackjacks. The investigation went nowhere. Laska eventually made his own peace with the Klan, a feat as amazing as any of his magic tricks. By 1925, he had become the Grand Dragon's personal attorney. The beatings were anomalies. Locke understood that the threat of violence was often more effective than actual bloodshed. Get physical, and your foes may feel the need to respond in kind, while your more squeamish followers jump ship. But a well-placed threat, emanating from the unassailable depths of the invisible empire, could work wonders. It could instill fear in your enemies and inspire awe in your supporters at the same time. The intimidation campaign was like the empire itself, elusive yet ubiquitous. On the night of November 10th, 1923, less than 2 weeks after the assault on Walker, 11 crosses were ignited at locations across the city. One was on the steps of the Capitol building, another on the threshold of the black neighborhood known as 5 Points, others at parks and green spaces across the metro area. The crosses were supposedly a patriotic gesture, commemorating Armistice Day, the 11th day of the 11th month. Alarmed city council members demanded an investigation. Mayor Stapleton and police officials downplayed the incident. They said they weren't convinced there had been any crosses, much less arson, and didn't see anything to investigate. A few weeks later, a string of crosses blazed in the foothills west of Denver, visible for miles. Caravans of Kluxers drove through West Denver neighborhoods on Friday nights, hooting and honking, mocking Jewish residents and their Sabbath. Klansmen teamed up with Hellfire Protestant ministers to host lectures on the Catholic menace. The speakers were often charlatans who claimed to be ex-nuns or ex-priests and to have first-hand knowledge of the secret horrors and lusts of the convent and the sacristy. The Knights of Columbus were vilified as the advance guard in the Pope's master plan to take over America. A fake Knights of Columbus oath, which bound the initiate to wage war on all heretics, Protestants, and Masons to the point of annihilation, circulated widely among the credulous. Possibly because they were more numerous, the harassment seemed to be directed at Catholics more than other groups. A savage KKK missive to the Denver Catholic Register declared that while blacks, socialists, and Jews were bad enough, the Romanist is worst of all. The newspaper's young editor, Father Matthew Smith, reported that cars swerved toward him on several occasions during his daily walks to his office, trying to scare him or injure him. For the most part, though, the Klan's bullying tended to be more subtle than trying to run down padres on the street. Under the rule of the new imperial wizard, Hiram Evans, the national KKK was moving away from street skirmishes to political and economic warfare. The new approach, which Locke strongly endorsed, emphasized clannishness, the concept that Klansmen must support each other in all endeavors. That meant voting for the right candidates, regardless of their party affiliation, and patronizing Klan businesses. It also meant shunning businesses that employed or catered to blacks, Catholics, Jews, and other wrong types until they knuckled under or were driven out of business. In Colorado, Klansmen were encouraged to advertise their businesses at KKK meetings, paying $2 for the privilege of having a slide with a company logo projected on a screen for a few moments every week for 3 months. Members also let each other know their shops were Klan approved by putting signs in the window that proclaimed they were 100% American or TWK, Trade with Klansmen, or simply by announcing that they offered clean clothes for kiddies, quick car care, or some other KKK-branded service. Extensive lists were drawn up of businesses to be boycotted, including the Newstetter's department store, owned by Jews. The Klan leadership even concocted a bogus roster of businesses that Catholics were supposedly required to patronize, to bolster their claim that the groups they were boycotting were doing the same thing. Clannishness was readily embraced by many prominent businessmen, including Gano Center, owner of several restaurants downtown and a grand titan of the KKK. Born in Nebraska, Center had gone to sea as a youth. His memoir of his adventures reads like a Jack London novel. He was shanghaied at 14, jumped ship, was recaptured and put in irons, then escaped again, only to be captured by the Tlingit tribe in Alaska and adopted by another tribe before eventually working his way back to Denver. A virulent anti-Catholic, Center posted signs in his radio cafe announcing, "We serve fish every day, except Friday," and welcoming those in the know to a cool, cozy cafe. His wife, Lorena, was the founder and imperial commander of the Women of the Ku Klux Klan of Colorado, a ladies' auxiliary devoted mainly to charity work. The center's cafe quickly became a gathering place for prominent Kluxers, including several members of Locke's inner circle who proudly smoked the special Sienna cigars promoted by Dale Dean, a Denver court clerk. Sienna was another acronym. Catholics, you are not Americans. Father Smith wandered into the place one day, seeking a meal, and was handed a tract on the Catholic menace by Center, who struck the priest as a thoroughly sincere jackass. The boycotts typically hurt small businesses more than larger ones. Some were only tepidly supported and weren't effective at all. Yet clannishness tended to boost membership. There may not have been many true believers like Center, passionate enough about their racism or religious paranoia to flaunt it publicly. But the inducements and pressure to join the Klan went far beyond ideological appeal. Some joined in the expectation that it would improve business, or at least keep them from showing up on a do not trade list. Some were told they had to get rid of certain employees, blacks or Catholics or whatever, in order to truly thrive. For every rabid nativist or racist, there were others who joined under duress, afraid of being left at a disadvantage or targeted themselves. Fear wasn't just a weapon to train on the enemy, it was the glue that held the group together. Van Cise kept count. Over the course of 3 years, he was approached 13 times about joining the Klan. Cajoled, urged, pressed, told it was the smart thing to do. The final invitation came from the Grand Dragon himself, and then all hell broke loose. That the Kluxers tried to enlist the district attorney after failing to recall him may say something about the cynicism of the organization. But it was also an acknowledgement that he was fundamentally different from the other outspoken foes of the KKK, people like the NAACP's Gross or Father Smith, or attorneys Charles Ginsburg, who regularly spent his lunch hour denouncing the Klan from the bed of a pickup truck parked at 16th and Champa downtown, like a deranged prophet. Van Cise was a WASP, a Mason, and a Republican, and from a certain perspective, his views on race and immigration could be considered Klan-friendly. That's not to say that he believed in white supremacy. He took his oath to uphold the Constitution seriously, and he had been strongly influenced by his father's admiration for the black soldiers he'd encountered during the Civil War. They have more politeness, more intelligence, more piety than the whites, Edwin declared in one 1864 diary entry. They are generally the most intelligent men we have. But he didn't go out of his way to challenge the established order and prevailing prejudices of his time either. Even in defending Ward Gash, the janitor the Klan had threatened, Van Cise had reportedly referred to Gash, a black man 10 years his senior, as a good boy. In a speech to a Kiwanis gathering in Fort Collins, he lashed out at Governor Sweet as a millionaire Bolshevik who had recklessly pardoned dangerous criminals, a law and order theme sounded by the Klan as well. He also declared that Southern Italians, Southeastern Europeans, and Turks made poor citizens. His experiences at Ludlow had taught him respect for the immigrant miners he met, but he believed the country was having trouble assimilating so many foreigners from different cultures. "This is our country," he told the Kiwanis, "and no one has a right to come here or live here unless we want him." At the same time, he was repelled by just about every aspect of the Klan. Its teachings were ridiculous, a hash of conspiracy theories, corpone Christianity, and racial fears that only the dimmest of its members seemed to take seriously. The rank and file weren't as gullible, but they were spineless enough to go along with it anyway, hoping to get something in return. The leadership consisted of thugs and con men, hiding under hoods and working a scam. The organization was ruining businesses, dividing people, and profiting off their misery. It was a menace to democracy. It is injecting into the political and social life of this country a religious issue which has no place in either, he wrote in a draft of a speech that he hoped to deliver someday to an audience much larger than the Kiwanis Club. It may call itself Klan, but in reality it is a mob. He knew how to prosecute a criminal conspiracy involving bootlegging or confidence games. But in those cases, the primary goal had always been profit. The Klan's objectives were much more complex. Money, yes, but also power and the suppression of anyone and anything the group didn't consider to be 100% American. In its first year, the Stapleton administration had promoted clannishness in one city agency after another. The result wasn't pretty. It resembled the work of an army of carpenter ants, burrowing its way inside the bole of a maple tree and hollowing it out, leaving behind a pile of sawdust and a stately husk, ready to collapse. How do you stamp out a conspiracy that eats away at the police, the courts, and representative government, the very institutions you count on to put things right? Clannishness was surely the reason Stapleton had appointed Rice Means as manager of safety. Means had squelched the Klan lecture at the auditorium, but it was likely he'd done so on the orders of Locke or Stapleton. All three were part of the same cabal of Spanish-American war veterans with American Protective Association connections that seemed to form the nucleus of the Colorado Klan. An impressive orator who'd failed in several runs for office, Means denied being a Klansman. But Van Cise learned that he had been initiated into the Klan in a ceremony in Pueblo shortly after Stapleton's election, and was being groomed for higher things by Locke. Stapleton soon named Means as city attorney, filling the manager of safety post with another Klansman, Reuben Hershey. Over at the police department, Stapleton retained the services of Bailey's chief, Rugg Williams, for several months, despite mounting pressure from Locke to replace him with someone of the Grand Dragon's choosing. Williams was a placeholder at best. Word was that he'd been a reluctant conscript into the Klan and that key decisions about assignments and promotions were being made by subordinates, including a sergeant who boasted that he was the real chief. Whoever was in charge, the police seemed to investigate only those crimes that the Klan wanted investigated. The cross burnings remained a bit of unsolved mischief. The police maintained that they had no leads, despite the discovery of a KKK communique, dated a few days before the event, that directed the recipients to report to one of 14 named leaders for an unspecified mission. After the Capitol Hill neighborhood was papered with Klan posters one night, including some hurled into a Knights of Columbus lodge, a street fight erupted between the lodge members and Klansmen. Police managed to arrest several of the Knights of Columbus brawlers, while the Klan provocateurs somehow slipped away. Disturbing as the police takeover was, it was the spread of clannishness in the courts that most alarmed Van Cise. He had heard about a Klan justice of the peace and the Klan ties of the police magistrate that Laska had complained about, Henry Bray. A much greater threat was the Honorable Clarence J. Morley. A former public administrator and school board member, Morley had been elected to a 6-year term as a district court judge in 1918. He was a slight man, bespectacled and owlish, who came across more as a taciturn, humorless accountant than a dynamic jurist. In his first 2 years as DA, Van Cise had dealt with the judge rarely, notably the time he had got into a fistfight with William Bryans in Morley's courtroom during the Bunko bail hearings. On that occasion, Morley had deplored Van Cise's behavior and had even harsher words for his deputy, Robinson, whom he accused of striking Bryans while others were restraining the lawyer. In 1924, Morley was assigned full-time to the criminal division, and he and Van Cise were soon at war with each other. One of Morley's first moves in his new post was to hire Frank Mulligan as a bailiff. Mulligan was a former police detective who had served time in prison after participating in an armed robbery at a roadhouse. He had been sitting in Blonger's office the day the Bunko raid went down. Now here he was, disgraced cop, ex-con, and friend of fixers, drawing a paycheck from the courts and supervising jury selection. As for Morley himself, Van Cise knew that he was Klan, and pretty high-level Klan at that. The district attorney had 5 operatives, a mix of volunteers and trained investigators, none of them known to each other, keeping tabs on Klan meetings. They staked out meeting halls and wrote down license plates, tried to infiltrate the meetings when possible. Morley spoke regularly at those gatherings. He was a Clocan, one of 3 top advisors to the Grand Dragon. Despite the title, Morley was usually on the receiving end of the advice. He seemed to relish being in Locke's inner circle and doing his bidding. One of Locke's admirers described Morley as a charwoman who followed orders and never had an independent thought. It was customary to impanel a new grand jury in the criminal division at the start of the year. Morley took a clannish approach to the process. He rejected 10 of the 12 names that had been randomly selected for jury duty and issued subpoenas, summoning a Klan-approved squad of replacements. Packed with Kluxers, the grand jury declined to sit for the usual group photograph. Morley instructed them that they could seek the district attorney's counsel if they wanted to, or they could banish him if they chose. It is your right and privilege to request the district attorney at any time to retire from the jury room during any of your proceedings. When Van Cise learned of Morley's instruction, he was livid. Colorado law clearly stated that district attorneys shall appear in their respective districts at any and all sessions of all grand juries, and that it was their duty to advise the jury and examine witnesses. He went to the grand jury room to explain this to the panel. He had just started to talk when a juror interrupted him. "We don't need your advice, and you can get out," he said. Van Cise replied that if it was up to him, he'd be glad to part company with the bunch right now, but the law required his presence. The law expected him or his deputy to question witnesses, not them. "What do you think about Sergeant Reed?" another juror demanded. Reed, the head of the bootleg squad, had reportedly fallen out of favor with Locke. Reed had arrested a bootlegger with Klan ties, then refused a demand from the Grand Dragon to drop the charges. Van Cise responded that he thought Reed was an able officer. "We don't think so," the second juror snapped. "We're going to indict him." Out of the mouths of idiots. In a flash, Van Cise saw what Morley was doing. He had assembled a star chamber of inquisitors, prepared to unleash the powers of the grand jury against the Klan's enemies, alien or internal. To hell with the rule of law, to hell with due process. "Any such indictment," Van Cise said, "will be attacked by the district attorney, and any action of this grand jury will be investigated." Before departing, he warned the group not to call any witnesses in his absence. For several weeks, he was too busy to bother with Morley's grand jury, preparing for the biggest murder trial of his career. Joe Brindisi, an Italian immigrant and former streetcar conductor, was charged with killing Mrs. Lillian McGlone and Miss Emma Vescovi in McGlone's Denver apartment. Police theorized that McGlone pulled a pistol on Brindisi during a quarrel over romance or money or both, and that Brindisi pried the weapon from her and shot both women in the head. Brindisi claimed that McGlone shot Vescovi, for reasons unknown, then tried to kill him, forcing him to shoot her. Fearing a lynch mob, Brindisi fled to Mexico. He was arrested in Detroit months later. Anti-immigrant feeling was running high. The newspapers referred to Brindisi's swarthy good looks and dubbed him the sleek chic of North Denver's Little Italy. But Van Cise was determined to get a conviction based on evidence, not hysteria. The courtroom was packed. Extra guards roamed the halls and kept close watch on the gallery and the defendant. Judge Morley presided. During one of the recesses, Morley summoned Van Cise to his chambers. He showed the district attorney a note from the grand jury. The group had been meeting without Van Cise's knowledge and, since the DA was busy with a murder trial, requested that a special prosecutor be appointed. Morley already had a certain Klan lawyer in mind for the job. Morley demanded that this be done, and cursed me when I refused to accede to his request. Van Cise wrote in an account of the conversation. Morley told me that he was doing this to protect me, and I told him that I needed no protection from him or from anyone else, and that he or anyone else, if they desired to make charges against me, could go into open court and do it, and for them to cut out all this secret and childish stuff. Van Cise's closing argument in the Brindisi case was a memorable one. He arranged the blood-stained clothes of the two women to show the positions in which their bodies were found, and walked the jury through a step-by-step reenactment, the state's version of what happened in the McGlone apartment the day of the murders. It was a seemingly perfect chain of circumstantial evidence, with every link well formed, one reporter observed. The jury was out 13 hours, quibbling about whether it was first-degree or second-degree murder. They decided on first-degree. Since the prosecution had not sought the death penalty, that meant life in prison for Brindisi. The accolades for the district attorney poured in. Van Cise hadn't heard so many attaboys since the bunco convictions. The most unusual plaudit came by Western Union to his home. "Congratulations on your splendid address to the jury and your wonderful victory," the telegram read. Dr. J. G. Locke. He had never received such a nice note from someone he hoped to put behind bars. 2 days later, Dr. Locke presented himself at the district attorney's office. He wore a well-cut suit, not the robes he favored for more festive occasions. He once again praised Van Cise for his handling of the Brindisi case. Then he urged the prosecutor to consider running for governor in the fall, with, of course, the backing of a certain group, a group so well known that there was no need to mention its name. "You know that we have a very strong and influential organization," he said, "and we want to back a man of your type and caliber." Van Cise had been here before, with Blonger, another corpulent devil who offered him all the kingdoms of the world if he would only play along. Once again, he declined. The next day, Mayor Stapleton named a new chief of police, William Candlish. A former state senator and a sayer, Candlish had no background in law enforcement and a pile of debts from a failed radium processing venture. Stapleton and manager of safety Hershey offered differing accounts of how Candlish happened to be selected, but it soon became obvious that he was Locke's man. Candlish got busy with promotions and reassignments, rewarding Klan members on the force with plum positions and banishing Irish Catholic cops to remote beats and night shifts. He devised a chief's uniform that was heavy on gold braid. Noting that the chief seemed to spend a lot of time in soda parlors, which often served as fronts for bootlegging operations, Ray Humphreys of the Denver Post dubbed him Coca-Cola Candlish. For former Stapleton supporters who'd cheered his promises to reform the police department, the Candlish appointment was a stark betrayal. It gave impetus and urgency to a campaign to recall the mayor, launched by attorney Hornbein. The petition didn't mention the Klan influence directly, but among the grounds for the mayor's removal, it stated that the police force had become so demoralized that crime runs rampant in our midst. Van Cise was no fan of recall elections. He thought it was too easy to get them on the ballot, and he'd almost had to face one himself. But he also recognized that the recall process might be the best chance of stopping the Klan in its takeover of city government. A successful criminal prosecution of the group was unlikely, not in Morley's courtroom surely, and not on Candlish's watch. He had to find a way to take the intel he'd gathered on the Klan leadership and deliver it, all neatly tied in a bow, to a higher court, the citizens of Denver. A public official looking to spill secrets in Denver had many niche publications to choose from, including a black weekly, a Jewish weekly, and a Catholic weekly. But at the 4 major dailies in town, only one had shown any appetite for going after the Klan. The Rocky Mountain News and the Denver Times, both owned by the same company, had Kluxers in management and were largely mute about the organization. The Denver Post blew hot and cold. At Klan meetings, Locke bragged of having taken one of the paper's owners, Harry Tamman, for a ride one night and made him a Christian. Another insider account had it that Locke had ordered Tamman's partner, Frederick Bonfils, to retract an unflattering story and run another one praising the Klan, or else his newspaper building would become the flattest place on Champa Street. With the other newspapers so compromised, that left the runt of the litter, the Denver Express. Owned by the Scripps-Howard chain, the paper had a puny circulation and no showcase Sunday edition. It lured working-class readers with celebrity gossip, puzzles, and contests. But led by editor Sidney B. Whipple, a short, skinny Dartmouth grad in his mid-30s who'd been a foreign correspondent in pre-war London in his youth and found journalism too exciting a vice to give up, the Express and its meager staff did more serious reporting on the Klan than anybody else. Initially a loud supporter of Stapleton, Whipple had spent considerable time and ink repenting his decision and tracing the mayor's unsavory connections. On March 27, 1924, the Express dropped a bomb on City Hall, the first installment of a week-long series titled Invisible Government. The exposé peeked under the sheets and named names. Outed as Kluxers, Mayor Stapleton, Manager of Safety Hershey, City Attorney Means, Chief Candlish, Judge Morley, Police Magistrates Albert Orahood and Henry Bray, Carl Milliken, Colorado's Secretary of State. At least 7 police sergeants and 21 patrol officers, and nearly all, if not all, of the present county grand jury now in session. With the openly expressed tenets of the Ku Klux Klan, the Denver Express will not attempt to raise an issue, the newspaper declared. But it does challenge, and will continue to challenge, the rights, morals, and ethics of any organization which attempts to dominate an American community through intimidation of its officers, through the seizure of public functions, or through the fear inspired by its own secret tribunals. The report didn't identify its sources, but Van Cise's fingerprints were all over the piece. Among other giveaways, the article mentioned that Dr. Locke was planning to put a Klansman in the governor's office, and that the district attorney had been approached about the job and turned Locke down. By nightfall, the series was the talk of the town, and an emerging crisis for the Klan. If this was the opening salvo, what was in store for the next 7 days? That evening, Locke's office had a steady stream of visitors, mostly men huddled in overcoats with their hats pulled low. At 10 o'clock, an Express reporter confronted Judge Morley as he emerged from the building. Why was a district judge paying a call on the Grand Dragon at such a late hour? Morley said that he'd been feeling ill and decided to consult his physician. The next morning, 2 men barged into the Express office and demanded to see the editor. They showed Whipple an arrest warrant and told him he was summoned to appear before the grand jury. The panel had been dormant for weeks, but the Express series had brought it back to life, for the sole purpose of investigating how Whipple had obtained the information he was publishing. Before they took him away, Whipple told an assistant to call Van Cise and let him know he was being arrested. Van Cise was waiting at the courthouse when Whipple and his escort arrived. He followed them as they went upstairs to the grand jury room and went inside. 2 Klansmen stationed at the door tried to bar the district attorney from entering. He pushed past them and went in. He was succinct. The grand jury, he informed the panel, has no power to arrest anyone. Whipple could sue them all for damages. They couldn't question him unless Van Cise was present, and he was putting an end to this travesty right now. He grabbed the diminutive editor by the arm and walked out. No one followed them. That was on Friday morning. Over the weekend, Morley held more secret sessions with the grand jury while the Express series continued to stir the pot. Ku Klux Klan boasts rule over City Hall, read one headline. Chief Candlish gives Kluxers inside jobs, read another. And this, Express editor hauled before grand jury. On Monday, Morley directed the district attorney to appear in his courtroom, in the presence of the grand jury, so that he could hear the judge's instructions to the panel and cease his interference. Van Cise came prepared with a motion of his own, asking the judge to correct his instructions and tell the grand jury that the DA must be present at all sessions, other than the jury's actual deliberations. As Van Cise read his motion aloud, delineating the judge's illegal acts, Morley's face reddened with rage. "There is nothing in that motion," he said. "It's simply a cheap play for notoriety on your part." Morley embarked on a long tirade. That was fortunate, as Van Cise was stalling for time. Just as the judge seemed to be winding down, Deputy D.A. Robinson arrived with a bundle of documents, one for each juror and one for the judge. Van Cise stood up. "Notwithstanding what this court has now said," he began, "and notwithstanding the additional erroneous instructions to this hand-picked, so-called grand jury, I now have the pleasure of serving both the court and all the jurors with writs of mandamus from the Supreme Court of Colorado, ordering you to hold no further sessions of this jury without the presence of the district attorney, and giving you 5 days in which to show cause why the alternative writ should not be made permanent." The writs were handed out in dead silence. Morley read his copy and turned to his grand jury. "Gentlemen of the jury, you are excused for 1 week," he said. "The court will be in recess." The case was argued in the Supreme Court at the end of the week. The law was on Van Cise's side, the decision unanimous in his favor. By that point, the grand jury's term had expired, with no indictments issued against anyone. Van Cise savored the victory. It showed that the Klan could be beaten. Its influence had not yet reached the highest court in the state. But the prosecutor also knew that the most important battles ahead were the recall and the statewide elections in November, battles that would be fought in the streets and the voting booth, not in court. In the wake of the Express series, 11 of the newspaper's largest advertisers were told to stop doing business with the paper or face a Klan boycott. Several complied, costing the newspaper substantial revenue. But Whipple kept sticking his nose in the Klan's business and pushing for the mayor's recall, drawing heavily on information provided by a well-informed anonymous source. His dogged coverage made him and his small paper finalists in the reporting category for the 1925 Pulitzer Prize. 8. The Dangerous Summer. It started out as a surveillance job. Robert Maiden, special investigator for the district attorney, hung around outside Klan meetings and scribbled down license plate numbers. He hid in bushes, behind corners, and in dark doorways, and tried to identify the bigwigs as they arrived or left. It was not all that different from shadowing Blonger and his friends, except that the number of persons of interest seemed to double every few weeks. The Klan was spreading faster than a flu bug. Membership surged so rapidly in 1923 to 24 that the organization was in a perpetual hunt for larger meeting spaces. They had started out at a mortuary operated by one of their members, then relocated to a series of fraternal meeting halls downtown, each of them a short walk from Locke's office. Then, as summer approached, they began to gather al fresco on top of Ruby Hill, a popular sledding area in southwest Denver, and South Table Mountain outside of Golden, a mesa at the edge of the foothills west of the city. Locals called it Castle Mountain because of a blockish butte at the mesa's northwest end. The downtown meetings had typically drawn a few hundred people. Monday nights on Castle Mountain were attended by as many as 8,000 people, their cars clogging West Colfax between Denver and Golden and jamming the exit road to the mesa for hours. Just a few months earlier, the Klan had been content to boast that it was 10,000 strong in Denver. Now it claimed to have 50,000 members across Colorado, half of them in Denver. Those figures were inflated, but thousands of Kluxers on a plateau every week called for further investigation. Van Cise was eager to place men inside those meetings, and Maiden volunteered to be one of them. Joining the Klan was easier than Maiden expected. He dropped in on the new chief of police, introduced himself, and paid $20 for his initiation fee and related costs. Chief Candlish called Locke, who gave his approval. Locke had first met Maiden 2 years earlier, when the detective was new in town and looking for a physician for his ailing young daughter. Locke had treated her over the course of several office visits, until she was well again. Locke knew that Maiden worked for Van Cise. Maybe he hoped to turn him, like so many other cops, to the cause of the invisible empire. Maybe he simply didn't care. The Klan still attempted to impose hush-hush security at its meetings, posting guards at the entrance, demanding membership cards or secret handshakes. When a reporter from the Express was spotted staking out the nights of Pythias Hall, studying Klansmen as they emerged, a Denver police officer was dispatched to run him off. But the Klan was outgrowing its anonymity. The Express series had outed several of the leaders, and the group's increasingly high-profile gatherings outed many more. A special ceremony on May 13, 1924, marking the first anniversary of the charter granted to the realm of Colorado, featured remarks by Locke, Candlish, Rice Means, Gano Center, Judge Morley, and several others, all identified in the program by name and some by title as well, including the Grand Dragon, the Exalted Cyclops, the Grand Clud, the Grand Cloakard, and the Clayliffe-elect Clan No. 1, who happened to be Morley. When put on the spot in public forums, Means and Morley still denied being Klansmen, while Mayor Stapleton avoided answering questions about the Klan altogether. Yet here they were, in the official program, on the speaker's platform, shuffling to and from Locke's office, exhorting the multitudes from the mountaintop. The Klan wasn't hiding in the shadows anymore. The gatherings on Castle Mountain were grand spectacles. A Klan marching band played patriotic tunes and religious ballads. Preachers gave hellfire speeches while crosses blazed. An honor guard on horseback fired guns into the air. The white-robed throngs, which skewed young and boisterous, whistled and cheered and sang along. His squeaky voice amplified electronically, Locke played ringmaster, introducing one speaker after another, cracking jokes, fulsomely praising generous donors and berating the Klan's enemies, updating his knights on the Empire's progress in its relentless march to power. The Grand Dragon was an emotional, effective speaker, but Maiden thought the crowd reaction was less spontaneous than it seemed, right down to the prolonged outbursts of applause that seemed to originate somewhere near the platform and surge through the crowd like an electric current. Locke always seemed to be on the verge of a startling announcement, hinting about some looming, game-changing development that never came to fruition, but sent the faithful into a frenzy anyway. From what Maiden could see, it was just rabble-rousing, plain and simple. Excerpts from spy report submitted to District Attorney Van Cise, Ku Klux Klan meeting, Pythian Building, April 28, 1924. Lodge called to order by Dr. A.L. Douglas, E.C., Exalted Cyclops, and prayer followed. Petitions of about 30 applicants were passed on third reading, 50 on second, and about 75 on first. 3 men were rejected by unanimous vote, objection being their evident affliction and contamination with the C, Catholic, religion. Slides were then flashed on the screen showing the business of men in the order. At this point, the Grand Dragon, Dr. Locke, appeared in characteristic, illegible, pose and was given a tremendous ovation. When the applause subsided, he exclaimed in a rather thin voice to his secretary, "Telephone to Mayor Stapleton and tell him to come here immediately." Roars of applause. The telephone call to the mayor evidently was not satisfactory, and Dr. Locke appointed a committee of 2 to call upon the mayor and bring him to the meeting. The members were then cautioned that upon the entrance of the mayor, no applause was to be given. He evidently was and is in bad standing. The committee returned and reported that the mayor was confined to his bed, unable to appear, but would answer the summons a week from last night. The committee reported that, while they were engaged in talking, the mayor sought the bathroom several times, all of which was received with scornful hoots. All members were instructed to call Jocelyn's, department store, and tell the firm that unless they withdrew their ads from the Express, they would be boycotted. Present between 800 and 1,000. Judge Morley was present behind a little desk, telling the members how to investigate application. Excerpts from Spy Report, Ku Klux Klan meeting, Pythian Building, May 5, 1924. Each member, upon entering, was furnished a robe, which made identification very difficult. Robes were worn in honor of Brown Harwood, Imperial Gazeek, from Atlanta, Georgia, who stopped en route to Wyoming. Harwood spoke about the membership not being large enough, and stated that there should be at least 40,000 members in Denver, and that Denver needed the organization as much as any state in the Union. The work enlisting C firms to boycott has not progressed far enough yet. Members were called down for not attending to this important duty. Dr. Locke's secretary, Strickland, then explained that he had been trying all week to get in touch with Mayor S. without avail. He finally got him on Monday, and the mayor explained that he had a dinner engagement and would not be able to attend. Strickland promised to have him at the hall next Monday or break a leg. A large chair was then shown, with a seat cut out and a chamber pot, and the members were told that it was being reserved for the mayor. This was received with great delight. The gatherings took unexpected turns. Some nights the Grand Dragon brimmed with good feeling and talked about the importance of preaching love and not hate. Other times he seemed intent on venting his wrath. He called wayward clansmen to the altar and castigated them for their sins against clannishness. Why were they trading with Jews, fraternizing with Catholics, skimping on donations? He reserved his greatest scorn for those who were reportedly messing around with other clansmen's wives. Adulterers were expelled, tarred and feathered, sometimes ordered to leave town. But even those who committed minor infractions came to dread Locke's disapproval. He could look at you with those beady eyes, and you would feel that he was boring a hole right through you, recalled Adolf Hecker, a Klan enforcer who was in and out of the Grand Dragon's favor. Locke's harangues against Mayor Stapleton were a regular feature of the meetings for many weeks. The Faustian bargain Stapleton struck with the Klan had soured shortly after his election. Stapleton balked at taking orders like one of the Grand Dragon's flunkies. He bristled at Locke's escalating demands to place Klan members in key city posts, and he had appointed Candlish as police chief only after considerable arm-twisting. Now he was avoiding Locke entirely, making excuses for his absence from Klan rallies. Locke deemed the man insufficiently grateful for all that had been done for him. But with the recall campaign underway, Stapleton was going to need the Klan vote once more. He would have to come around. To make sure of it, Locke boasted that he had recall petitions of his own, containing thousands of signatures and ready to be filed, if it became necessary for the Klan to replace the mayor. Whether Stapleton survived the recall or not, the Colorado realm had its sights on higher office. City Attorney Rice Means was expected to run for a short-term seat in the U.S. Senate, a seat made available by the death of its former occupant, Sam Nicholson, with 2 years left in his term. Locke planned to make his good friend Judge Morley the Republican nominee for governor. A gaggle of other Klan candidates running for state office found their way to the meetings on Castle Mountain, too, eager to introduce themselves. To push through a solid Klan ticket statewide, Locke announced a plan to hire fleets of recruiters, assistant Kliegels, each of whom would be paid $400 a month to bring in at least 50 new members a week. He wanted to see the membership in Denver alone reach 50,000, maybe 60,000. He realized, he said, that the organization was not powerful enough to swing the entire fall election, one of Van Cise's spies reported. But if it were composed of 50,000 in Denver, no matter what the district attorney said or did, they would be able to sweep all opposition aside. The recruiting drive was readily endorsed by the Assembly. Anything Locke proposed sailed through the crowd without protest, as if predestined for approval. The real decisions were being made offstage, by Locke and his inner circle, a group the spies couldn't penetrate. But Van Cise suspected that all was not well at the top. He had obtained a copy of an open letter to Colorado Klan members, accusing Locke of fraud and embezzlement. The writer was a supporter of Imperial Wizard, now Emperor, Simmons, and he claimed that Locke had banished members without cause, initiated others without proper approval, skimmed Klan funds that should have gone to headquarters, and made under-the-table deals with the usurper, Imperial Wizard Evans, to their mutual benefit. He also took Locke to task for the ridiculous farce of the Van Cise recall campaign, the faked-up letters purporting to come from the Knights of Columbus, and other failures and deceptions. "How long, fellow Klansmen, can he keep you befuddled?" the writer asked. "How long will you permit him to think and act for you?" Van Cise didn't know if the writer's complaints were widely shared or a solitary crusade. But the letter was evidence of a rift that could possibly be exploited down the line, not only between the Simmons and Evans factions within the Klan, but between Colorado's Grand Dragon and the national KKK. Locke's attempts to bully Stapleton, his delight in administering punishment himself, his imperious attitude toward anyone who dared question his authority, these were all intriguing developments, the wobbles of a hooded Humpty Dumpty teetering on top of a high wall. Excerpts from Spy Report, Ku Klux Klan Meeting, Castle Mountain, June 23, 1924. Motion was made that routine business be dispensed with owing to the large number of new citizens to be naturalized. Petitions were circulated for signatures to abolish the state civil service, on the grounds that 70% of the office holders of the state, protected by civil service, were Catholic. Over 1,000 cars were on the Hill, and I estimated 1,800 present, beside the 550 new members. It took over 1 hour to get to the Golden Road. Owing to the robes and darkness, it was impossible to get any names, only those that were heard in conversation. Excerpt from Supplemental Spy Report, Castle Mountain, June 23, 1924. Gathered from talks with members about occurrences of the past 3 weeks. Mayor Stapleton finally came to a meeting in Denver and was called to the altar. He took an oath that if the Klan stayed back of him in the recall election and he was elected, he would clean out all the Catholics in the city of Denver. This is being considered by the Klan, and a decision will be reached soon. That Dr. Locke had a detective watching R.R. Maiden, who was seen with a party who had his credentials taken away from him on the mountain and made to walk to Denver. Maiden and this other party was seen coming from the district attorney's office, and all their moves watched. Dr. Locke enjoys telling anything he can put over on the DA. The Golden Klan had voted to take in Sheriff Kerr, and this was stopped by Locke on the ground that Kerr was protecting the bootleggers in general and one Jack Standard in particular. Excerpts from Spy Report, Castle Mountain, July 14, 1924. The meeting was called to order at 8:25 p.m. by Dr. Eschker, who lectured a few moments on the policy of clannishness. Locke then called for a few remarks from Klansman Stapleton, erstwhile mayor. Stapleton explained that he had nothing to say, but that he would work with the Klan and for the Klan in the coming election, heart and soul, and if re-elected, would give the Klan the kind of administration they wanted. This was his entire remarks. Dr. Locke then called for a vote to see whether or not the Klan would back Benny in his desire. The vote was unanimous that they would help re-elect Stapleton. Roars of applause. Locke then called for a few remarks from the next governor of Colorado, C.J. Morley. Morley responded and said that a few days ago several men had taken his hat from him and tossed it in the ring. Not for himself, mind you, did he wish to run, but only for the benefit of the Klan, so that he could clean up the state and place only Americans on guard. The next distinguished gentleman to be called was Rice W. Means. This party stated that he had just come from the Arkansas Valley, where the Americans were organizing in great shape, but that they all were looking to the Denver Klan for guidance. The next on the program was Chief Candlish, who told what a wonderful man Stapleton was, and that while he and the mayor did not worship at the same political shrine, he wanted to see him re-elected. He stated that another term with the mayor and the rednecks and slimy Jews would crawl in their holes and pull their holes in after them. This about let him out, with the exception of praising Locke, as they all do in winding up. Locke then called Klansman Bogart to the altar. He asked Klansman Bogart if he had recently gotten a divorce from his wife, which Bogart said he had, and if he had signed a confession of infidelity, which he stated he had not. Also if he had any illicit relations with a girl at the house of the Good Shepherd, which he stated he had not. He was then told to sit down. Everyone seemed disappointed that nothing was done to Bogart. New members, between 550 and 600. Total attendance, 2,000 to 2,150. Across America, the rise of the Ku Klux Klan was a major issue, if not the issue, of the 1924 election season. From the Deep South to the Northwest, in Colorado, Texas, Oregon, Indiana, Georgia, Kansas, and Ohio, virtually every race for an important state office was a referendum on whether the Klan and its collaborators would be embraced or repudiated. Yet any meaningful debate about the Klan threat was oddly missing from the national political scene. It was as if Congress and the executive branch were pretending that the invisible empire was truly invisible. Despite the concerns raised in the House hearings 3 years earlier, Federal law enforcement agencies were largely content to view Klan violence and intimidation as state issues. Local authorities could decide for themselves if they wanted to prosecute vigilante actions, or ban masks from being worn at public gatherings, as California and Louisiana had done. Politicians seeking national office were reluctant to attack the Klan, not wanting to alienate the evangelicals, temperance groups, and populist movements aligned with the organization. Even those willing to deplore Klan vigilantism usually took pains to make it clear that they were not criticizing the group's beliefs. Never mind that the Klan's version of Jesus hated Jews and Catholics, waved an American flag, and preached white supremacy. When national leaders did speak out against the Klan, as President Calvin Coolidge eventually did, through a spokesman, the reproof was usually couched in words of mild disapproval, not emphatic condemnation. The timidity was a sign, perhaps, of how ill-prepared America's leaders were to deal with the Klan and what it represented, and the gulf between the way the nation presented itself to the world as a bastion of equality and tolerance and the realities of its race relations. You couldn't squarely confront the Klan without acknowledging, to some extent, the soil from which it had sprung. You couldn't condemn its espousal of white supremacy without calling into question the Jim Crow laws, or shining an unwelcome light on deep-rooted biases and notions of superiority that even many liberal whites held dear. Until 1925, I was one of those mildly amused by the KKK, W.E.B. Du Bois observed. It seemed to me incredible that such a movement could attract any number of people or become serious. And then at first hand and at second, I saw the Klan and its workings in widely different places. The Ku Klux Klan attempted to do a job which the American people, or certainly a considerable portion of them, wanted done, and they wanted it done because as a nation they had fear of the Jew, the immigrant, the Negro. They realized that the American of English descent is not holding his own in this country, that America survives and flourishes because of the alien immigrant with his strong arm, his simple life, his faith and hope. They realize that no group in the United States is working harder to push themselves forward and upward than the Negroes, and over all this rises the shape of fear. Spirited struggles over any mention of the KKK were waged at both the 1924 Republican and Democratic national conventions. The Klan had a presence in both parties, primarily among Democratic delegates from the South and Republicans in the West and Midwest. At the GOP gathering in Cleveland, a proposed anti-Klan plank in the platform denouncing racism and secret societies that take the law into their own hands was whittled into a bland declaration of allegiance to the Constitution. Imperial Wizard Evans, who came to Cleveland with a staff of 60 and directed the behind-the-scenes fight against the plank, made the cover of Time magazine for his efforts. As expected, Coolidge breezed to the nomination against scant opposition, and any criticism of the Klan remained muted. A livelier time was had at the Democratic Convention in New York City 2 weeks later. A proposed plank that specifically repudiated the Klan touched off hours of strident debate. It was finally defeated by a mere 4 votes out of more than 1,000 cast. The split reflected the polarization of the party, torn between the Klan-backed presidential candidate, William McAdoo, and Al Smith, the Catholic governor of New York. 15 days of bitter infighting and more than 100 ballots failed to resolve the stalemate. The exhausted delegates ultimately settled on an obscure compromise candidate, John W. Davis, a conservative Wall Street lawyer guaranteed to upset no one, and to lose to Silent Cal by a wide margin. The skirmishes at the conventions were reminders that the Klan leadership still had to be cautious in their power brokering. A public endorsement by the group was considered the kiss of death by many politicians. Others welcomed Klan support, as long as it wasn't noised about. Grand Dragon Locke was particularly adept at making discreet deals with unlikely allies. Shortly after the conventions, he met privately with Colorado Senator Lawrence Cowell Phipps at the Drake Hotel in Chicago. Phipps was a multimillionaire steel magnate from Pennsylvania. His critics joked that he'd moved to Colorado because a Senate seat would be much cheaper to buy there than one back east. He was seeking re-election in the fall, but had failed to generate much enthusiasm among the voters, presenting himself as a somewhat vague but reassuringly Republican presence. His campaign slogan, "A vote for Lawrence C. Phipps is another vote for Coolidge." Phipps was no Klansman. He and Locke had almost nothing in common. But the senator needed voters, and Locke had them. According to accounts of the meeting provided by Locke insiders during a subsequent investigation into election fraud, Locke agreed to throw the Klan's support to Phipps' re-election in exchange for a cash payment. One version states that Locke demanded $75,000 and settled for $40,000. Others say the final figure was $50,000 or $60,000. Locke boasted of being offered $100,000. Whatever the actual amount, it never made it to Klan coffers. Locke preferred to deal in cash, avoided banks whenever possible, and had ordered one of his most trusted associates to build a watertight, rust-proof chest that he could bury on rural property he owned. To his minions, Locke explained that supporting Phipps was one of those strange bedfellow arrangements the organization had to accept to get Means elected to Colorado's other Senate seat and make Morley the governor. In subsequent months, Locke met frequently with Phipps at the latter's office in downtown Denver. The meetings lasted between 20 minutes and 2 hours. Locke told his chauffeur that he could do anything he wanted to with Phipps. He declared that the election of Phipps, Morley, and Means was a sure thing, that he would bet $100,000 on it. While Locke made new friends and extended his influence, the anti-Klan forces in Denver were having a rough time of it. The recall campaign against Stapleton survived a burglary of its offices and a legal battle, challenging the legitimacy of the petition signatures. A recall election was scheduled for August 12th. But the only serious contender among those seeking to replace Stapleton was the most divisive candidate imaginable, Dewey Bailey, the man Stapleton had ousted from the mayor's chair barely a year ago. Bailey was anti-Klan, but he carried a lot of baggage from his own scandal-rocked administration. The voters were being offered a choice between a Klan stooge and a corrupt machine boss. Several of the anti-Klan leaders, including Express editor Sidney Whipple and recall attorney Phil Hornbein, came out in support of Bailey as the lesser of two evils. So did the Denver Post. But others couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Van Cise, for one, declined to campaign for the same grafter he'd helped chase from office in the first place. He would not run for mayor himself, but he would be damned before he went on the stump for Dewey Bailey. From a distance, they came across as two young couples sitting in a car at dusk. It was late July, and they were parked by the side of the road, watching the thousands of cars headed to Castle Mountain for the cross-burning festivities. Deputy District Attorney Otto Moore and Denver Post court reporter Joe Cook took turns calling out the license plate numbers of cars as they turned off Colfax and headed up the road to the Mesa. The two women, both secretaries in the district attorney's office, alternated writing down the numbers. They had been at it a while when a motorcycle pulled up behind them. The man called himself a special officer, but gave no name. He demanded to know what they were doing. He flashed a badge. So did Moore. Moore was the newest hire among the city's prosecutors, eager to try cases and take bad guys off the street. He had learned self-reliance at an early age. He was 5 years old when his family moved from an Indiana farm to Denver, hoping the thin, dry air would help his mother's tuberculosis. He was 10 when his mother died. By the time he entered high school, he had left home and was supporting himself with 3 paper routes. Drafted into the Army, he spent 27 months in France. After returning to Denver, he married, earned a law degree at the University of Denver, and was promptly hired by Van Cise. Now he was 28, and his real education in the law was just starting. Other cars pulled over. They asked the motorcycle driver what was going on. They heaped abuse on Moore and his passengers, calling them traitors and rednecks. Hands reached into Moore's car and snatched the yellow tablets full of numbers out of the women's hands. Moore was outraged. This was a public road. What gives these clowns the right? Moore's Model T touring car was swarmed by Klansmen. They lifted it entirely off the ground, its human cargo still inside, and toted it 75 yards to a spur road. Then a Stutz Bearcat drove up behind them, nosed into the Ford's flimsy rear bumper, and began pushing the car up the road toward the hogback south of Golden. Moore steered as best he could, the powerful roadster propelling them at speeds in excess of what the Ford was used to. After they'd been pushed far from the Castle Mountain traffic, the Stutz disengaged and whipped alongside them. "You'll be damn sorry if you try to come back this way," a man in the Stutz said. Then the roadster rumbled off. Moore didn't try. At that evening's rally, Locke triumphantly announced the seizure of the tablets, one more example of how the Klan was beating the pants off the DA. The crowd was delighted. But throughout the summer, reporters and Van Cise's undercover operatives continued to test the Klan's patience and its security arrangements. Forbes Parkhill, the Post news hound who had broken the story of the Bunko raid, scored another exclusive when he infiltrated a state KKK leadership strategy meeting. Parkhill had discovered that the secret handshake of the moment involved pressure from a forefinger on the greeter's wrist. The correct grip got him into the room long enough to hear Rice Means tell the others to order all their followers to vote for the Klan candidates, regardless of party affiliation. Then the district attorney of Cannon City, a solid Klan town, recognized Parkhill and had him ejected. The Post's Joe Cook, who'd been with Moore the night of the Bearcat encounter, kept trying to find a way into the meetings on Castle Mountain. One night, he was detained at gunpoint by more special officers. Cook was told he was under arrest. When he asked what the charge was, no answer was forthcoming. After an hour, he was released. That decision didn't sit well with Locke, who demanded that Cook come to the altar that night. When Cook didn't respond, the Grand Dragon called for 2 volunteers to bring Cook to the next meeting. Van Cise's agents alerted Cook that he might be the surprise entertainment come Monday night. Instead of going into hiding, Cook made his usual court rounds that Monday. Late in the afternoon, he was talking to Van Cise on the steps of the West Side Courthouse when he saw 2 men lurking nearby. He pointed them out to Van Cise before heading for the Post building. The 2 men followed him as he crossed Spear Boulevard and walked up Stout Street. A limousine appeared alongside the reporter, then pulled to the curb further up the street. Cook could see it coming. The men would rush him from behind and hustle him into the limo. But then another vehicle pulled up beside him and honked. It was Van Cise's men. Cook got in. They took off and left the limo purring at the curb. The cat-and-mouse games involving the Klan, the press, and Van Cise's team made good stories down at the press club. But Otto Moore considered the jousting on the roads a minor irritation compared to what was happening in the police department and the courts. From what he could see, the integrity of the justice system itself was in peril. A few weeks after being shoved around by the Bearcat, Moore was assigned to one of the most brazen rape cases he would ever prosecute. The victim, who was in her early 20s, had been approached by a local businessman on the street and offered a job. She had gone to his office with him, ostensibly to meet his partner. She emerged covered with bruises, eyes blackened, clothing torn. She went to the police and explained that the man, Oscar Samples, had demanded sex, then attacked her when she refused. A doctor examined her and confirmed sexual assault. Moore filed rape charges against Samples, who had a prior conviction for distributing obscene literature to high school students. But the complainant was having second thoughts, once she learned what the trial process involved. In those days, defense attorneys routinely impunged the character of rape victims, and newspapers often made their names and their ordeals quite public. Moore arranged for the woman to meet with Judge Morley so that she could express her concerns. The judge spoke with her for 45 minutes. Morley counseled her like a father, Moore recalled many years later. He urged her to protect womanhood against monsters of that kind. The woman agreed to testify. But shortly before the trial, Morley learned that the defendant, Samples, Klan membership number 13709, was a prominent recruiter in the Denver Clavern. The judge summoned Moore to his chambers, said he felt bad about pressuring the woman to proceed, and proposed dismissing the case. By this point, though, the victim was intent on testifying against her attacker. At trial, Morley granted every defense objection and overruled every objection Moore made. The jury still convicted Samples of rape. He was facing 1 to 14 years in prison. Morley threw out the verdict and granted a defense motion for a new trial, declaring that he had serious doubts about the truth of the victim's story. After all, hadn't she gone willingly to the man's office? Moore took the case to trial again. He ended up with a hung jury, because, he suspected, Morley had packed the jury with Klansmen. A third trial also ended in a hung jury, at which point the victim declined to testify again. Moore, who would later serve 2 decades on Colorado's Supreme Court, never forgot the hot shame of the case. Whatever fuss the Kluxers made about protecting womanhood, they were happy to let a predator like Samples go free when he was useful to them. And the judge who fixed the whole sorry business, who violated a young woman's trust and protected a rapist, was the Klan's choice to be Colorado's governor. Excerpts from Spy Report, Castle Mountain, August 12, 1924. Secretary of State Carl Milliken said that he felt wonderful this night, and that all Klansmen ought to feel the same for uniting to put over Stapleton. He said that no longer would the 15% of Jews and Catholics dictate to the 85% white people. Locke then made a talk about Colonel Van Cise, that the colonel was a Catholic at heart, and was forming a businessmen's anti-Klan society with an office in the Equitable Building. He stated that he had a record of the first meeting held and intended to get them all. Attendance all about 3,000. The Klan came into its own that August, stunning the state's political establishment with its grassroots organizing, its coordination, its unexpected numbers. At the Republican County Assembly held at the Denver Auditorium, representatives from neighborhood caucuses gathered to select delegates to the state convention and designate primary candidates. Roughly 2/3 of the assembled representatives were Klansmen, recognizable to each other by the white carnations they wore in their lapels. Klan police officers stationed at the doors tried to bar reporters and non-delegates, including several veteran party leaders. Locke directed the proceedings from the mayor's box, while Rice Means acted as floor leader. They effortlessly pushed through an all-Klan ticket of candidates, led by Morley, Means, and Phipps. To cap it all off, Means then obtained overwhelming approval of his hand-picked list of delegates to the state convention without bothering to reveal who any of them were. Most of those present had no idea who would be representing them at the convention. Van Cise made several attempts to protest the hijacking of his party. "If we don't get fair play, it's going to split the party wide open," he said. He was hissed and shouted down. At the state convention 2 days later, the Klan failed to secure the top spot on the statewide ballot for its candidates. The organization didn't have the same kind of influence in GOP circles elsewhere in the states as it did in Denver and a few nearby counties. But Morley, Means, and the rest of the Klan ticket still made it on the ballot, with a month to go before the Republican primary. A week after that, nearly 80,000 Denverites voted in the mayoral recall election, the largest turnout in the city's history. Stapleton trounced Bailey by 31,000 votes, 5 times the margin of Bailey's defeat in the mayoral election of 1923. The incumbent had carried every district in the city. Bailey's only show of strength was in the Jewish neighborhoods on the west side. It had been a low-blow race, even by Denver standards. Stapleton's backers had kept the opposition from using city venues for campaign events and spread rumors that Bailey was a Klansman. The rumors weren't true, but Locke wasn't above nominating his enemies for KKK membership without their knowledge to discredit them. Stapleton released a terse statement saying that he felt inspired that the citizens of Denver had twice shown their confidence in him. Locke gave his first substantial interview to the Denver Post, gloating over the returns and leaving no doubt about the mayor's true affiliations. The Klan had charge of the campaign and election of Mayor Stapleton and is entitled to credit for his overwhelming victory. The Grand Dragon likened his humming machine to the crackerjack efficiency and discipline of the U.S. Army. He spoke disdainfully of the district attorney, who had leaked spy reports to the Express right before the recall election, in a last-ditch effort to expose Stapleton's kowtowing to the Klan. It hadn't made any difference. "We know, that is, I know, that today Phil Van Cise is trying to organize a committee of 100 prominent or near-prominent men to fight the Klan in the coming campaign," Locke told the reporter. "I know the name of each man who is taken into Phil's organization. I know he peddled the Klan stuff to a newspaper, and I know he is very foolish to hate the Klan. I just like Van Cise to know that we know what he is doing." Locke was well informed. After watching the Klan steamroll the opposition at the county assembly, Van Cise was scrambling to organize an alternative slate of Republican candidates before the primary election. He had enlisted 100 business leaders and attorneys to sponsor the effort and was hastily recruiting candidates. Reporter Forbes Parkhill, who was one of those persuaded to run for a seat in the state legislature, dubbed it the visible government ticket, a slate of public-minded citizens whose intentions and affiliations were clearly known, unlike the clandestine candidates of the invisible empire. Van Cise organized a strategy meeting with his backers one evening at the West Side Courthouse. He invited 50 people to attend. Fearful that some might be scared off if their names were disclosed too soon, he avoided any public announcement of the meeting. But Locke's spy network was at least as good, if not better, than the one Van Cise had keeping tabs on the Grand Dragon. The night of the meeting, approximately 300 Klansmen gathered on the lawn outside the courthouse. They formed a line on both sides of the sidewalk. They called out the names of the arriving guests and discouraged several from entering the building. A hearty 24 of Van Cise's supporters ignored the taunts and attended the meeting. The group adjourned around 10, after deciding that the visible government ticket would hold several public rallies in the days leading up to the primary, including a major presentation at the city auditorium. Van Cise emerged from the courthouse around midnight. A scatter of Kluxers still lingered on the lawn, evidently waiting for him. His path to his car took him through a gauntlet of them. They bumped and shoved him, cursed him, swatted at him. That they didn't do more was probably because of the brightly lit fire station next door. The fire department had not fallen to the Klan as completely as the police, and that night the station was staffed by Catholics and other anti-Klan employees. Van Cise made it to his Ford. The Klansmen piled into their cars, waited for him to pull away, then followed. Van Cise felt like a grand marshal leading a parade. Instead of driving home through the relatively empty streets of Capitol Hill, he headed downtown, the Kluxers in hot pursuit. He had not gone far when he saw a water truck ahead, lumbering toward a hydrant. He slammed on the accelerator and squeezed into the shrinking space between the truck and the curb, then whipped around a corner. Behind him he heard a crash and screams. 2 cars remained on his tail. He took several sharp turns, pulled over on a deserted street, and proceeded on foot, creeping through alleys and hopping fences until he was home. The next morning, he phoned Locke. "I am carrying a .45, he said, "and I've run from your gang for the last time. When I shoot to kill." He carried the pistol in a shoulder holster for months. A year or so later, he had a confidential conversation with a Klansman who claimed to have been one of his pack of pursuers that night. The man said that the group had planned to kidnap him and castrate him, but the presence of the Catholic firemen had made them hesitate. They figured they would have better luck catching up with him on the streets. Then the water truck got in the way, he said, and your damned Ford was too fast. 9. Tonight we see the mob. The Visible Government ticket took out newspaper ads to announce its big event at the City Auditorium, scheduled for September 4th, 5 days before the primary. Van Cise would be the featured speaker, holding forth on Morley and the Courts, the Klan Boycott. "Do you want your business at the mercy of a boycott?" one ad blared. "Do you want any secret order to dictate whom you may employ?" The notices were aimed at the business community and its concerns about getting caught in the crossfire of the Klan's economic warfare. But the speech Van Cise was preparing touched on much more, from jury-rigging to the Klan takeover of the public roads outside Golden to the duplicity of Morley and Locke. 2 days before the auditorium event, he gave a truncated version of his remarks to 1,000 people at a packed West Colfax theater. "If the Klan wins this election, its membership will be doubled," he warned. "Everyone will say, 'Well, we can't beat it, we'll just join.'" He was met with thunderous applause. But this was only a test run before a favorably disposed audience, one that included many people from the surrounding Jewish neighborhood. At the auditorium, he would be facing a much tougher crowd. He fully expected the Klan to try to disrupt the event. A spy report from Castle Mountain on September 1st noted that Locke had mentioned Van Cise's upcoming talk and wanted as many of the Klan to be there as could. All he asked them to do was not to clap the speaker. Van Cise couldn't picture a horde of Kluxers sitting passively through his talk. Things could get ugly. He was told that 40 police officers would be handling crowd control, but he had more confidence in the handful of men from his office, including Otto Moore, Ken Robinson, and Bob Maiden, who would be helping out. As an additional precaution, he made photographic lantern slides of internal Klan documents and other paperwork backing up his claims, so he could project them on a screen during his talk, as if he was presenting a closing argument to a jury. The facts would be right before their eyes, impossible to deny, no matter what stunts the Kluxers pulled. It was not a bad plan. If it had worked, a great deal of unpleasantness might have been avoided. But Van Cise underestimated the vice-like grip the Klan already had on the functions of city government. Because his group had rented the auditorium for the evening, he assumed that they controlled access to the place. The doors were supposed to open at 7:15 p.m., 45 minutes before the speeches started. Men and women began showing up at the auditorium much earlier than that, flashing yellow tickets. The Visible Government Organization had issued no such tickets, but police and staff were under orders to admit the bearers. By the time the doors opened to the general public, the 4,000-seat theater was almost full. The remaining seats were quickly occupied, and thousands of others were turned away. An organist played interludes while the clock ticked away toward 8. Then the curtain rose, revealing the visible government candidates, Van Cise and other speakers, seated in a half-circle on the stage. A trickle of applause was quickly swallowed in the cavernous silence. The organist played The Star-Spangled Banner. The crowd stood, listened stonily, then sat down again. Benjamin Griffith, a former Colorado Attorney General, was the first speaker. He outlined the goals of the visible government ticket and noted that all three major presidential candidates, Coolidge, Davis, and the Progressive Party's Robert Fighting Bob La Follette, had denounced the Klan. As if on cue, the word Klan triggered a chorus of shouts and shrieks from the audience. Startled, Griffith appealed for a chance to be heard. The shouts subsided. Griffith tried again. The shouting resumed. Griffith stumbled through his 10-minute pitch and sat down. The second speaker, attorney Henry McAllister, didn't fare much better. His presentation on judicial races was met with boos. "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," a woman screamed. Then a man in the middle of the main level stood and raised his arms. The crowd fell silent. McAllister concluded his talk. Griffith introduced the night's featured speaker. Van Cise stood up and was greeted by an impenetrable wall of boos, jeers, hoots, and catcalls. He waited for the din to subside. "The issue is this," he said. "Shall the Republican Party be turned over to the Ku Klux Klan?" The audience exploded. A chant. "It will! It will!" rippled through the hall. "3 cheers for Morley, you traitor!" someone screamed. "Get out of here! We want Morley!" Van Cise waited for his next opening, but the noise kept building. Some people had brought whistles and horns. Others chanted Morley's name. Sitting on the stage, looking out on the pandemonium, Forbes Parkhill was transfixed by the shrieking of one large woman in the front row. "You ain't Americans!" she howled repeatedly. "You ain't Americans!" Sidney Whipple of the Express had never seen anything like it. The scene was like something out of an insane asylum, or maybe the French Revolution. People were standing up and hollering their lungs out, their eyes glittering. A woman in brown in the front row was screaming something about Americans and shaking her fists, not once, not twice, but constantly, as if possessed. Far in the back, a youth with greasy blonde hair kept up a monotonous, rhythmic hand-clapping. A few Klan officials strolled the aisles, trying to keep a lid on things, it seemed to Whipple, rather than excite more frenzy. But the uniformed and plain-clothed police officers just stood around, arms folded. "Police? Hell, there were no police," Whipple wrote in his account of the event. For the police themselves were Klansmen, sneering, grinning Klansmen, winking at the disorder and leering at their friends in the mob. The sole police action Whipple witnessed that night came shortly after Van Cise responded to the chants demanding Morley. The Klan's candidate for governor only spoke at Klan meetings, Van Cise noted. "Your candidates do not dare come on this platform," he said. "You're a liar." The shout came from Carl DeLocht, a state labor official. A Canadian by birth, DeLocht was not native-born and thus was ineligible for Klan membership, but he had been a close friend of Morley's for years. He also headed the Colorado chapter of the Royal Riders of the Red Robe, a Klan affiliate for Protestant immigrants. Either because of his sensitive state job or his prominence among the Kluxers, The enraged Delact was quickly escorted out of the theater by police, but the uproar resumed. "Dirty traitor! Morley, Morley, we want Morley! You ain't Americans!" Van Cise put on the screen a list of Catholic businesses that had been distributed at Klan meetings, a list supposedly drawn up by the Catholic hierarchy to ensure the faithful did business only with fellow Catholics. The list was a hoax, he explained. He pointed out names on the list of Masons and Protestants. Much of the explanation was drowned out by booze and abuse. It was like trying to lecture a room full of unruly toddlers who clamp hands over their ears and sing to themselves to avoid hearing what they don't want to hear. "Morley, Morley, you ain't Americans! Liar!" Van Cise denounced the Klan boycotts as a form of mutually assured destruction. An excerpt from the Klan doctrine on clannishness appeared on the screen to cries of outrage. "I'll read you this section of the oath," Van Cise began. "Read it all, read it all. That's not it. Where did you get it? What about Ludlow?" Now they were actually singing. Someone had started a sing-along that swept the entire place. The Old Gray Mare, then California, Here I Come. Locke had boasted that Van Cise would be moving to California after the election. Van Cise kept talking, even though his words couldn't be heard beyond the first row, where the woman in brown was still shrieking and shaking her fists. "This meeting shows that the Klan does not believe what it professes," he said, "and is afraid of free speech and the truth. California, here I come. What you are doing tonight is a better argument against the Klan than any I could make. Right back where I started from." Slowly, methodically, he pressed forward. The skills he'd acquired on his high school debate team were useless here, but he had other tricks. He folded his arms and beamed at the crowd, as if he'd just thought of a witty remark. When they quieted down, he made it through another sentence or two before a fresh tide of noise buried him. He turned his back to them, as if giving up the fight, then whirled back around and resumed. The lantern slides helped, too. A new image appeared on the screen, and the tumult ebbed until the crowd figured out what they were looking at. A Klan program that listed City Attorney Rice Means and Clayliff-elect Clarence Morley as speakers. Cheers and whistles, followed by blasts of disapproval as Van Cise detailed Morley's numerous public denials of Klan membership. Whipple could feel the energy of the place shifting, spiraling into confusion. For the first hour or two, the disruptions had consisted mostly of well-orchestrated chants and sing-alongs. Now it was all breaking down into incoherent shouts and paroxysms of rage. Those who had come to hear Van Cise and couldn't hear anything had left. Young men were taking off their coats and huddling together, like street toughs getting ready for action. In the lobby, Whipple found the police chief, strutting around in his gold braid and pretending to be in charge. "I could stop it in 5 minutes if I wanted to," Chief Candlish said. Locke was nowhere to be found. From what he could see, Whipple surmised that phone calls were being made from the lobby to the lair of the Grand Dragon on Glenarm Place, appraising him of the situation and seeking guidance. At 10:30, Clarence Kirkling, a close associate of Locke's and the Grand Dragon of the North, overseeing Klan operations in northern Colorado and Wyoming, walked to the front of the auditorium and raised his hand. The place fell silent immediately. "I have been reliably informed," Kirkling announced, "that a number of rowdies have been planted here by some organization, not the Klan. I call upon all good Klansmen to be silent and let Philip Van Cise vent his spleen." Kirkling walked away. Van Cise resumed. Whipple checked his watch. For 2 minutes, the district attorney managed to pick up the frayed thread of his speech with only occasional hoots and hisses. Then the noise level shot up again. Kirkling couldn't control them, Whipple realized. Nobody could. And whatever happened, true to form, the Klan would blame the chaos on planted rowdies. "I shall continue to the end of my speech," Van Cise said, "if we stay here until morning." For a solid 15 minutes he couldn't get a word in. The crowd bellowed out, "Onward, Christian soldiers," then, "America, my country, 'tis of thee." Halfway through the latter, the woman in brown left her seat and approached the stage, shaking her fist at the visible government candidates and berating them for failing to stand during the patriotic song. "You ain't Americans!" she shrieked. Van Cise responded that the woman in brown had arrived in Locke's car, a very distinctive car. "Your Grand Dragon poses as 100% American, but Dr. Locke uses a coat of arms on his automobile," he said. "What real American uses a coat of arms?" More howling at the mention of Locke's name. The woman in brown wandered back to her seat. On her way there, she lashed out at Attorney Clarence Wortham, sitting in the row behind her, striking him twice in the face. Shrewdly, perhaps, Wortham didn't respond in kind, but he was quickly surrounded by policemen descending from the stage. "He tried to trip her," someone yelled. Wortham denied it. Juvenile court judge Ben Lindsay, who had witnessed the assault, demanded that the officers arrest the woman in brown. One of them started to grab Wortham. "Don't touch that man," Lindsay barked. "Something is wrong," Van Cise shouted, "when the police department of Denver is afraid to keep order at a public meeting. When policemen in uniform are standing in the aisles, afraid to arrest disturbers." The police withdrew. Soon Lindsay and his wife were surrounded by Kluxers. The couple sat meekly, heads bowed, while taunts and insults were hurled at them. "The Klan advocates mob action," Van Cise continued. "Tonight we see the mob, and we see what mob rule means." He was speaking now mainly to the reporters in the front row. Nobody else could make out any of it as he plowed ahead with his speech, describing how Locke had been rejected for membership by Denver's Medical Association. Every time he mentioned Locke's name, the noise intensified. "We'll stick till you quit." "Hail, hail, the gang's all here." Shortly after midnight, Robinson called him to the wings, where Chief Candlish and Louis Armsby, the Stapleton appointee in charge of the auditorium, were waiting. The visible government ticket's lease of the facility had expired at the stroke of 12. "I think it's about time to stop," Candlish said. "I will not stop," Van Cise replied. He returned to the rostrum and started in on the story of Morley's illegal grand jury. An account that would have taken 10 minutes, under normal circumstances, consumed the next hour. It had come down to a contest of wills. One man on stage, voice ragged, defying the tyranny of the mob. 4 hours and 40 minutes after he began, Van Cise closed with a hoarse plea to vote the straight visible government ticket at Tuesday's primary. He had just wrapped up, and the crowd was pouring out, when a disheveled and furious Mayor Stapleton arrived on the scene, summoned from his slumbers by Candlish. "What's this building doing open at this hour?" he demanded. Van Cise slipped out the stage door in the company of Bob Maiden, who was assigned to get him home safely. Years later, Deputy District Attorney Otto Moore would maintain that Maiden and Van Cise had to flee for their lives that night in a speeding car, exchanging gunfire with pursuing Klansmen. But neither Maiden nor Van Cise left any account of such a denouement. In the next day's Express, Sidney Whipple described the showdown at the auditorium as a scene never duplicated in Denver in all its history. a meeting hall packed with enraged, shouting, shrieking men and women gone mad with fanatic Klan frenzy. It will do more to win votes for Van Cise's ticket than all the speech-making in the world. 3 days later, on the eve of the primary, an estimated 5,000 Kluxers gathered on Castle Mountain. According to a spy report, Locke was in a celebratory mood. He declared that the rowdies who did all the yelling at the city auditorium the other night were brought in by Van Cise himself. He said that personally he wanted the meeting to go on. It should not have come down to one man on a stage, shouted down by a mob. The most startling revelation of the city auditorium showdown wasn't the Klan's ability to disrupt the proceedings. It was the inability of the anti-Klan forces to present any kind of coordinated resistance, to put aside differences and unite to defeat a common enemy. Klan membership in Colorado was approaching its peak at the time of the 1924 elections. Yet the raw numbers were not so overwhelming as to make a Klan victory inevitable. The remarkably intact Klan membership books for the Denver area contain close to 30,000 individual entries, leading some researchers to claim that nearly a third of the eligible adult white males in the city were Klansmen. Others have noted that some Klan membership cards bore numbers exceeding 60,000. But many of the names in the membership ledgers are repeated, while others may be those of men who joined early, expecting to remain anonymous, and dropped out as the group fell under greater scrutiny. Historian Robert Goldberg's analysis of the membership books concludes that the number of active Klan participants in Denver in 1924 was around 17,500, with roughly another 17,000 elsewhere in the state. Even the most generous estimates of the group's size, including affiliated organizations such as the Women of the Ku Klux Klan and the Royal Riders of the Red Robe, suggest that it represented less than 8% of Colorado's 1 million residents. Compare that with the state's 125,000 Catholics, 11,000 blacks, and 20,000 Jews, or its 117,000 white immigrants. On paper, it's the Klan that was outnumbered, which makes the lopsided outcome of the 1924 elections all the more remarkable. Many people did actively oppose the Klan, but they were not always on the same page or seeking the same outcome. Black activists in Denver had recognized the Klan threat from the outset, protesting the screening of The Birth of a Nation and opposing the KKK's application to incorporate in the state. The threat of Klan retaliation did not dissuade them. George Gross's successor as head of the local NAACP, dentist Clarence Holmes, was so outspoken in challenging segregation in housing and schools that the Klan burned a cross on the lawn outside his 5 Points home. Like Van Cise, Holmes carried a gun for months after the incident, but refused to back down. Instead, he threw himself into plans to host the NAACP's National Convention in Denver in 1925. Yet the black community's most daring response to the Klan was one that couldn't be discussed with outsiders. NAACP stalwart Joseph Henry Peter Westbrook was a blue-eyed, light-skinned African-American physician. At great personal risk, he attended Klan meetings for years, passing for white and sharing what he learned with Holmes and others. Dr. Westbrook's undercover operation was entirely independent of what Van Cise and other whites were attempting to do, and it remained largely unknown and unheralded for decades. Even though one black newspaper, the Colorado Statesman, urged readers to stick with the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, many black residents regarded Locke's organization and its takeover of the GOP as an existential threat. Surprisingly, many Jewish and Catholic leaders didn't share that view. Attorney Charles Ginsburg, one of the Klan's more militant opponents, complained that most prominent Jews were reluctant to condemn the group. To Ginsburg, it seemed like the Jewish business community wanted to tiptoe around the Klan's anti-Semitism, not wanting to stir up more trouble. He sharply ridiculed a proposal by the B'nai B'rith service organization to sit down with Grand Dragon Locke and explain Jewish rituals. Ginsburg regarded the offer as a gesture of appeasement. Many influential Catholics, too, appeared hesitant to get in a brawl with the Klan. Father Smith occasionally took a poke at the Kluxers in the Denver Catholic Register, usually in response to some outrageous claim, such as a Klan newspaper's assertion that Catholic arsonists were torching public schools to force students into parochial schools. But most members of the church hierarchy steered clear of commenting on the Klan's escapades, perhaps concerned about appearing to be exactly what the Klan accused them of being, a grandiose religious bureaucracy meddling in politics. Personal as well as ideological disputes kept the anti-Klan factions from forging an effective alliance. Ginsburg and Van Cise, for example, both wanted to eradicate the Klan, but there was bad blood between them dating back to the district attorney race in 1920, when Ginsburg, a Democrat, connived to put an independent candidate on the ballot as part of an elaborate plan to draw votes from the Republican challenger, Van Cise, and re-elect William Foley. Van Cise had gone to court to defeat the move and had exposed Ginsburg's efforts to bankroll a sham candidate to run against him. One of the prospective candidates Ginsburg had approached was Rice Means, now running as the Klan's choice for U.S. Senator. The legal squabble, along with other feuds between Van Cise and Democratic leaders, may have played a part in keeping the visible government effort from becoming a more aggressive and far-reaching coalition. Partisan politics within the GOP also undermined the battle against the Klan. Many mainstream Republicans thought it was bad form to openly attack other Republicans. Lieutenant Governor Robert Rockwell, who was vying against Morley to become the GOP's candidate for governor, was one of them. A wealthy West Slope rancher who had spurned Klan attempts to recruit him, Rockwell privately admired Van Cise's battle against Morley and what he stood for. But he refused to denounce the Klan publicly, insisting that to do so would simply create dissension in the ranks and aid the Democrats. I do not regard the Ku Klux Klan or any other secret organization as an issue in this campaign, he wrote to one rival, and I will not be drawn into any controversy over the merits or demerits of any such organization. The Klan had no such scruples about delineating the merits and demerits of the candidates. On the day of the primary, voters found pink sheets in their mailboxes that identified every candidate as Protestant, Catholic, or Jew. Unacceptable Protestants had stars next to their names, either because of Roman Catholic affiliations or because they were known enemies of American institutions. The disarray among the anti-Klan forces was reflected in the primary returns. Morley lost to Rockwell in several western slope counties, but comfortably carried Denver in its suburbs, as well as Pueblo and Canyon City, to win the Republican nomination for governor. Rice Means defeated two challengers to become the GOP candidate for the short-term Senate seat. Van Cise's visible government slate of proposed state senators and representatives, comprising neophytes like Parkhill and old-time GOP loyalists dragged out of retirement, was crushed by the Klan ticket. In several statewide races, the margin of victory consisted of a few thousand votes. The deciding factor may have been the Klan's ability to get its members to vote in lockstep, regardless of party affiliation. The state's open primary system allowed Democrats to vote in Republican primaries and vice versa, and the unusually high turnout in the 24 GOP primary suggests that the Stapleton machine rallied many registered Democrats to the Klan cause. After the primary, momentum was on the Klan's side. The group could ride on the coattails of Coolidge's popularity, urging Coloradans to vote the straight Republican ticket while avoiding mention of the KKK altogether. Morley was up against an unpopular liberal Democratic governor, William Sweet, a former securities dealer whom Van Cise had attacked for being too generous with pardons. By contrast, Morley portrayed himself as a humble servant of the people, committed to law and order. To his credit, Sweet denounced the Klan's racism and bigotry repeatedly, insisting that the Klan issue could not be ignored. He described his party as a cross-section of the common people of America, one that included blacks and whites, immigrants and natives, Catholics and Jews, as well as Protestants. The Klan's notion of Americanism would disenfranchise half the country. If we follow the advice of the Ku Klux Klan, he declared, we would soon emulate the example of the Kansas merchant who hung out his placard, "I am 200% American. I hate everybody." More pungent critiques could be found in broadsides circulated by Democratic activists, including an alleged collection of KKK hymns that played off stereotypes of Kluxers as illiterate, white trash degenerates. Benedict Arnold, Morley, Massey, look us over, ain't we classy? We're the bunch of common asses, taken from the low-down classes. A little hutch, a little whiskey, makes us Kluxers rather frisky. We raise hell and then the flag. Ain't it grand, a Kluxer's jag? In the final weeks leading up to the election, Van Cise focused his efforts on trying to re-elect as many non-Klan judges as he could. It didn't matter if they were Democrats or Republicans, as long as they weren't in Locke's pocket. He spoke at several public events, usually with better security than he'd had at the city auditorium. The Kluxers still tried to interfere, shutting off the lights at one church gathering in support of Judge Ben Lindsay. Lindsay, who'd established one of the first juvenile courts in the country in Denver and was nationally celebrated as a judicial reformer, was a prime target of the Klan. His advocacy of women's rights, sex education, and companionate marriage, a kind of test-run relationship that could be undone without the stigma of divorce, were an affront to the invisible empire's notions of morality. Short, abrasive, and imperious, Lindsay sometimes alienated his own most loyal supporters. But at the GOP County Assembly, Van Cise had attempted to nominate Lindsay, the Democratic incumbent for the past 23 years, as the Republican choice for juvenile court judge, insisting that he was a far better choice than the Klan's pick to challenge him, a shady attorney from a mountain town who hadn't even established proper residency in Denver. Lindsay had repaid the favor by showing up at the city auditorium for Van Cise's talk and getting harassed by Kluxers himself. Politically, the two men were at opposite ends of the spectrum, but they were logical allies in the battle to keep the justice system out of the hands of the Klan. Election day arrived. So did more pink sheet smears, accusing various Democratic candidates of having Catholic wives or other impediments. Morley and Means won by substantial margins. Morley carried 54% of the votes cast in the gubernatorial election, more than 25,000 votes ahead of Sweet. Senator Phipps and the Klan Secretary of State, Carl Milliken, breezed to re-election. The Klan slaughtered the opposition in statehouse races, giving the Republicans control of both houses of the General Assembly. Stunning as it was, the victory wasn't absolute. Congressman William Vail, an old-school Republican and Van Cise ally, managed to hold on to his seat against a challenge from a Democratic Klansman. Van Cise's efforts helped save 3 out of 7 district judges. The 4 newcomers were all Klan. And Judge Lindsay defeated his Klan challenger, Royal Graham, by a mere 137 votes, touching off a legal battle, with each side accusing the other of election fraud that would go on for years. The Klan enjoyed many successes in local elections that fall, but nowhere else in the country had it prevailed so thoroughly, taking control of the executive and legislative functions of state government, and backing the winners of both U.S. Senate seats as well. A week after the election, on a crisp November morning, Imperial Wizard Evans stepped off a private train car in Denver's Union Station, accompanied by several other Klan leaders, including the Grand Dragons of Kansas and Georgia. They were met by Grand Dragon Locke, Governor-elect Clarence Morley, and other VIPs. A squad of city detectives escorted the group to breakfast at the Brown Palace, where Locke announced a special event to celebrate the Colorado realm's remarkable achievement and the visit of its honored guests. That night, Klansmen would gather in a newly acquired indoor venue along the Platte River, a former cotton mill transformed into a stadium, and hold an initiation ceremony for 5,000 new members. Post reporter Frances Pinky Wayne, Locke's favorite journalist, wrote an awestruck account of the meeting. At one point, she asked the Imperial Wizard if he could compare the Ku Klux Klan to the fascisti movement in Italy. Evans demurred. Foreign politics had nothing to do with what was going on in America, he said, and any movement, founded on force, like the fascisti, was bound to fail. The Klan is not interested in politics, the Imperial Wizard said. Its specialty is patriotism. 10. The new regime. At noon on January 13, 1925, the Ku Klux Klan took control of the executive branch of government for the state of Colorado. Accepting the reins of power on behalf of the Invisible Empire was Clarence Joseph Morley, who was sworn in as Colorado's 24th governor by James H. Teller, the Chief Justice of the Colorado Supreme Court, before a crowd of thousands at Denver's City Auditorium. It was the first time in more than 30 years that the ceremony was held somewhere other than the Capitol building. Morley's inaugural committee had deemed the gold-domed State House too puny to accommodate the multitudes seeking to attend the historic event. Festooned with stars and stripes bunting from the stage to the rafters, the auditorium opened to the public 2 hours before the ceremony. There was no need for special yellow tickets this time to ensure a Klan-friendly audience. The election returns showed strong support for Morley among working people as well as business interests, among farmers and suburbanites, and in counties that usually voted Democratic as well as Republican strongholds. Add to that the thousands who, as Van Cise predicted, were just now hopping on the bandwagon. By noon, the place was packed to the upper balconies with people eager to cheer on the new regime. Some of them may have had little conception of what the new order stood for and had come to learn more. But those who had been on Castle Mountain every Monday night and listened to the speeches had come with certain expectations. The Klan leadership had outlined a broad agenda, and now it had the opportunity to turn its words into action. Measures that Morley's team and Klan lawmakers were eager to see enacted included tougher restrictions on immigration, compulsory sterilization programs for epileptics and the feeble-minded, abolition of the civil service system so that state agencies could be purged of blacks, Catholics, and Jews to be replaced by Klansmen, and a series of bills clearly targeting Catholics that would outlaw the use of wine in religious services, require orphans to attend public schools, and add a mandatory course of religious instruction to the public school curriculum. Except for closing the prohibition loophole that allowed for the use of sacramental wine, none of these proposals received any mention in Morley's inaugural remarks. With members of both houses of the legislature seated behind him, he delivered an exceptionally dull, colorless speech. He praised the state's commercial stability and its high standard of citizenry. He listed several boards and commissions, boiler inspectors and library supervisors and such, that he wanted to eliminate in the name of efficiency. He spoke vaguely of reviving the mining industry and called for a minimum wage law, for the benefit of women employed in industry. He looked forward to a legislative session that would be notable for its fairness to all the people as well as its brevity. There was little that was provocative or inspiring in what he had to say, but the crowd cheered mightily anyway. The line that got the loudest response was his declaration that the state's most critical need wasn't more houses or railroads, not more laws or education, but more spirituality. He made no mention of the Klan, but the passing reference to spirituality touched on something that was central to the Klan's promises, something Morley himself fervently believed, that with the right kind of leadership, America could purify itself of sinful influences and become the country it was meant to be, a country ruled by proud, manly white men clad in white robes, serving the white Protestant God. The new governor stayed on stage after the ceremony ended, holding an impromptu reception for a crush of well-wishers. The gesture had a nice man-of-the-people touch, and it marked the zenith of Morley's popularity, the abrupt descendancy of a nondescript nobody. Yet even at that moment of triumph, a shadow hung over the proceedings. The Morley administration had scarcely begun, and trouble was already smoldering backstage, a whiff of scandal wafting from the wings like the first acrid fumes from a short in the wiring that could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. John Galen Locke, the governor's spiritual mentor, his most trusted advisor, in short, the brains of the operation, was under attack by dark forces. Dr. Locke was facing charges of kidnapping and conspiracy. Just 4 days before his inauguration, the governor-elect had paid $1,000 out of his own pocket to bail his Grand Dragon out of jail. The day of Morley's inauguration also marked the changing of the guard at the Denver District Attorney's office. Van Cise devoted considerable time during his last 2 weeks in office to preparing reports and recommendations for his successor. His office had filed 3,056 criminal cases in 1924. In the 637 most serious cases, the ones filed in district court, more than half had resulted in convictions at trial or plea deals. 84 defendants had been acquitted or freed on directed verdicts, 108 cases had been dismissed, and the rest were still pending. More startling, perhaps, were the number of search warrants his office had obtained for private residences, 1,023, nearly double the number sought in the previous record year. The surge in search warrants was a direct result of the escalating war on bootleggers, and Van Cise was unapologetic about it. In a final report to the legislature, he proposed that officers of the law should be allowed to search automobiles without a warrant if the state wanted to get serious about enforcing prohibition. He made a case for easing the prosecution's burden in other ways, too, including allowing juries in misdemeanor and minor felony cases to render a verdict on a majority vote rather than requiring a unanimous decision, establishing a statewide fingerprint identification bureau, simplifying the process involved in prosecuting abortionists for killing their patients, doing away with the barbaric practice of jailing indigent material witnesses until trial, eliminating loopholes in banking laws that allowed embezzlers to escape serious punishment, taking steps to prevent judges from tampering with grand juries, and yes, tightening up the sacramental wine exemption, which sometimes resulted in wine being diverted to the black market. Like the Klan's wish list for legislative action, some of his bolder recommendations would require significant changes in state law, if not in the Constitution itself. But the report made waves, especially a passage that drew attention to an issue Van Cise was keen to highlight: the need for drastic reform of Chief Candlish's Klan-infested police force. I would be remiss in my duty to the public did I fail to call attention to the police department in Denver. It is in a badly disorganized condition, torn into two factions, lacking in leadership and teamwork, with many of its own members more faithful to other organizations than their own where the enforcement of law is concerned. The barbed comments reflected the exasperation of a crusader who was about to lose his bully pulpit, a man in search of a legacy. It wasn't so long ago that he was the celebrated Gangbuster, the man who beat Blonger. But what was he now? An object of fun, a target for harassment who had to carry a gun everywhere he went, an annoyance that would soon be removed like a pebble from a shoe. He had thwarted Morley's secret grand jury and salvaged a few honest judges, but he had failed miserably in his efforts to keep the Klan from taking over his party, his city, and his state. Years later, he would describe his brief political career as an excellent illustration of mob favor and its fickleness, hero one day, goat the next. Yet in the final days of his term, the wheel turned again. A lanky teen walked into his office, accompanied by his mother, and told a bizarre story of an abduction and a forced midnight wedding, orchestrated by none other than John Galen Locke. It was one last gift, the opportunity Van Cise had been seeking for the past 3 years, a chance to bring criminal charges against the Grand Dragon himself. Keith Boehm, a 19-year-old East High School student, lived at the Southard Hotel, a rooming house for bachelors that his parents operated. On Tuesday evening, January 6th, 6 men entered the Southard, flashed badges, and identified themselves as police officers. They told the boy's mother, Evelyn Boehm, that they were responding to complaints about liquor and prostitution. 3 of the men went upstairs with Mrs. Boehm to search the guests' rooms. The others stayed behind, guarding the exits and questioning her son. When he admitted that his name was Keith Boehm, they hustled him into an automobile and took off. Boehm was taken to Locke's office, only 2 blocks from the rooming house, where the Grand Dragon and several other men were waiting. Mae Nash, the 17-year-old daughter of a Klansman known to be in a delicate condition, was also present, along with her parents. Questioned about his relationship with Mae, Boehm denied impregnating her. Asked if he would marry the girl, he said he would rather be killed. According to Boehm, he was then taken into Locke's surgery, stripped of his clothes, and strapped to an operating table. A large man brandished a knife and asked, "Will you marry the girl, or shall I operate?" Boehm explained to the district attorney that he didn't believe he had much choice. "Why, Mr. Van Cise," he said, "I'd have married you to get off that table in one piece." The county clerk was summoned to issue a marriage license. The ceremony was performed in Locke's office by an unshaven Methodist clergyman Boehm didn't recognize. Boehm arrived back at the Southard after midnight and told his mother what had happened. Evelyn Boehm called Chief Candlish, who denied sending any officers to her rooming house. Candlish assigned 2 detectives to look into the boy's claims, but didn't report the incident to the district attorney. The next day, the Boehms decided to go directly to Van Cise. Van Cise could hardly believe it. Not the kid's story, which he found quite plausible, but Locke's incredible blunder. The Grand Dragon's contempt for those who succumbed to the sins of the flesh, his tendency to get personally involved in meting out punishment and humiliation to those who strayed from his teachings, had finally caught up with him. By trying to assert his supreme authority over his followers, despite his age, young Boehm was apparently a Klansman. Locke had left himself open to prosecution for kidnapping and assault. Even better, he'd committed those felonious acts in front of multiple witnesses. After talking to the Boehms, Van Cise took additional statements from the county clerk and the minister who'd performed the ceremony. He soon had the names of others who were in Locke's office that night, including Clarence Kirkling, the high-ranking Klan official who had addressed the crowd at the Visible Government debacle at the auditorium last September, William Pritz, one of Locke's enforcers, and H.A. Calvert, a newly elected district judge, Klan membership number 601, who claimed to have popped in for a private business talk with Locke and hastily exited. Several of the witnesses told conflicting stories. The county clerk insisted he had no knowledge of any forced wedding and had merely prepared a duplicate license to replace one Boehm had been issued a year before but never used. Boehm claimed the previous license was just a joke, while Mae Nash claimed Boehm had shown her that license in a previous wooing session to convince her that they were already married. Locke wasted no time giving his version of events to the press. He said Boehm came to his office willingly in the company of several men whom he described as friends of the girl. Boehm admitted to him that he'd obtained a marriage license a year earlier for the sole purpose of deceiving and seducing Mae Nash. I told Boehm plainly what I thought of him as a man and what I thought of him as a Klansman, Locke said, and I told him that the only manly thing for him to do would be for him to marry the girl. No force threats or coercion had been used, he insisted. The murkier aspects of the narrative didn't worry Van Cise. Boehm may have been a seducer. He also had committed perjury by claiming to be 21 years old in his original application for a marriage license. But the district attorney doubted that even a Klan jury could swallow Locke's account of all these people just happening to converge on his office to amicably settle their differences. Based on the evidence he'd assembled in a few hours of investigation, Van Cise was prepared to charge Locke, Kirkling, and Pritz with kidnapping and conspiracy, along with several John Doe defendants to be identified later. Filing such a case was a risky move, even under the best of circumstances. Doing so as he was heading out the door might be considered irresponsible. He would have no say in how it was prosecuted, or whether it was prosecuted at all. That would be up to his successor, a man whose loyalties were difficult to discern. Since Van Cise had declined to seek a second term, the race for district attorney had pitted Republican Lewis Mowry against Democrat Foster Kline. Both men had been approached by the Klan to join and claimed to have repudiated the group. Locke had initially backed Mowry, a deputy DA in Van Cise's office, hopeful that the Klan could blackmail the candidate over an extramarital affair. But Mowry publicly acknowledged the affair rather than give in to Locke's demands. Locke had then urged his followers to vote for Kline, who was described at one Klan meeting as a white man and a Mason, who after the election would probably be a Klansman. Kline won by less than 4,000 votes. Van Cise didn't know if Kline would drop the kidnapping case like a hot poker. He didn't know if a Klan judge would deep six it, or if a Klan jury would hang it up in mistrials. To give the case the best possible chance for survival, he filed it in the juvenile court, making use of a statute that granted concurrent jurisdiction to juvenile and district court in cases involving a minor. That move put the case in the hands of Judge Ben Lindsay, who had barely held on to his seat on the bench in the recent election, fending off a ferocious Klan effort to oust him. Lindsay promptly signed arrest warrants for Locke, Kirkling, and Pritz. Kirkling donned a disguise and fled the city. He and Pritz would not turn themselves in for several days. Locke was arrested at his office by Lindsay's probation officer. He appeared in court on a Friday afternoon with his attorney, Ben Laska, the same resourceful criminal lawyer who, almost exactly a year before, had claimed to have been abducted, beaten, and threatened by Klansman himself. A glum Clarence Morley paid the $1,000 cash bail. It was Van Cise's second-to-last day on the job. Clarence Morley's first official actions as governor did not go well. He issued executive orders firing the head of the state militia, Adjutant General Paul Newlin, along with two of his top aides. But Newlin and his men refused to be fired. Governor Sweet, Morley's predecessor, had tried to get rid of Newlin too, viewing him as a partisan holdover from a previous administration. Suite 2 had failed. A 1921 law intended to protect the Colorado National Guard leadership from political interference shielded Newland from dismissal without a court-martial conviction. When Morley sent his hand-picked replacement to give Newland the heave-ho, Newland declined to vacate his office. Captain Alphonse Arderel, a disbursement officer, whom Morley also tried to dismiss, slept in Newland's office that night to prevent the insurgents from moving in. The siege of Newland's office became the kind of low comedy that provides grist for editorial cartoonists. Newland ultimately prevailed in court. It would take 6 years, a change in the law, and a much wilier governor to dislodge him. Morley's inability to seize control of the militia was a portent of greater failures to come. The administration had expected little resistance to its legislative initiatives, given the hefty Republican majority in both houses of the Colorado General Assembly. In the House, the GOP advantage was an overwhelming 52-13. In the Senate, the tally was a more modest but still comfortable 21 Republicans to 14 Democrats. The deck was so heavily stacked in the new regime's favor, it seemed, that it should have been able to enact its slew of social reforms and fill state government offices with Klansmen without breaking a sweat. But party affiliation didn't translate into blind obedience to party leadership, especially when the leadership's agenda was as extreme as what Morley and his team were proposing. 9 of the Senate Republicans, including 6 who'd been elected in 1922, had no Klan ties. They had made no deals with Locke, never submitted to the Grand Dragon any undated letters of resignation, like the ones Locke reportedly demanded from candidates the Klan backed, as a way of ensuring their loyalty. The 9 senators were an independent bloc, which gave them the strongest hand in the game. Morley's team found out they were in trouble in the opening days of the session. The rogue Republicans balked at undesirable committee assignments and refused to participate in the caucus process, which would have bound them to the majority vote. They allied themselves with the savvy Senate Minority Leader Billy Adams, who'd been a key player at the State House for an astonishing 38 years. The Klan could count on perhaps a dozen Republicans in the Senate, as well as 2 or 3 defectors among the Democrats, but that still left the anti-Klan coalition with a firm 20-15 advantage. Efforts by the Klan leadership to mollify the dissenters by offering them plum committee assignments only strengthened the anti-Kluxers' position. Morley saw many of his favorite bills sail through the House only to be scuttled in the Senate. Some were killed outright. Others were dispatched to obscure committees to perish of neglect or linger in a vegetative state, awaiting a hearing date that was never scheduled or eternally postponed. Minority Leader Adams was a master at sabotaging legislation he didn't like, and in the Klan bills there was a lot not to like. The group's crusade against immigrants alarmed agricultural and industrial interests that depended on cheap labor. The effort to ban sacramental wine offended Episcopalians as well as Catholics, and even some temperance groups spoke out against it. It never got out of a House committee. Other bills, pushing sterilization of epileptics or compulsory religious instruction, raised awkward humanitarian and church-state issues. As for Morley's proposals to reorganize state government, it soon became apparent that the targets were not merely redundant or archaic commissions, but vital oversight of food safety, healthcare professionals, and the government itself. The larger plan seemed to be to abolish many posts that Morley couldn't control, then reconstitute them with Klan members in charge, returning state agencies to the spoils system long enough to populate them with Kluxers who would remain on the job long after the Morley administration was over. Billy Adams and his allies throttled many of these efforts. Over the next 12 weeks, the importance of the new regime became apparent. Far from the brief, robust collaboration Morley had predicted, the 1925 legislative session was the most contentious and least productive in state history. More than 800 of the 1,000-plus bills introduced went down in flames. Of those that passed, many were so inconsequential that they could scarcely be described as Klan victories. The Board of Horseshoe Examiners was abolished. Colorado schools were now required to fly the American flag. The individual bag limit for ducks was increased from 10 to 25 per day. The blue columbine was designated as the state flower and protected from reckless pickers. Morley sulked and plotted revenge on the anti-Klan faction in the Senate. He paid back a few of his opponents by punishing their constituents, holding back appropriations for the University of Colorado, the Pueblo State Fair, and the Teachers College Billy Adams had launched in Alamosa, the Adams State Normal School. The tantrums only alienated more lawmakers and highlighted how ineffective Morley had been. He purged various boards of perceived enemies and named as many Klan appointees as he could to replace them. Many of these actions were later challenged and undone in court. His critics began to refer to him as Clarence the Little. If that government is best that governs least, they quipped, then the Morley administration was the best bunch the state had ever seen. But mockery from outsiders wasn't nearly as worrisome as the reaction within the Klan itself. Locke's arrest for kidnapping, followed by defeat after defeat in the State House, had sown doubts about the Colorado realm among the rank and file as well as the national leadership. If the Klan couldn't provide jobs for real Americans, save orphaned babies from the clutches of the Catholics, or keep its own Grand Dragon out of the pokey, what good was it? Despite the carping, many people were still fiercely loyal to Locke, including the governor. A couple of weeks after posting his hero's bail, Morley appointed Locke to the position of colonel in the Colorado National Guard's Medical Corps, assigned to the governor's staff as a recruiting and publicity officer. The commission was problematic. For one thing, the available ranks in the Medical Corps didn't extend as high as colonel, but it provided an opportunity for Locke, so fond of dress-up, to be photographed for the newspapers in full-dress uniform, staring calmly into the distance, chest beribboned and jodhpurs neatly tucked into gleaming black riding boots. It was the image of a man in complete command of his troops, his faculties, and his cunningly minimalized waistline. In the presence of such crispness, discipline, and authority, it was hard to detect the turmoil behind the scenes, the factions forming, the internal bickering and betrayals gnawing away at the organization he had built, an empire that he'd once compared to the U.S. Army, where the command of a superior officer is never questioned when given, and where the honor of one is the honor and responsibility of all. The way it was explained to Adolf Hecker, if you wanted a job with the city of Denver, particularly a job that dealt in any way with prohibition enforcement, you had to go along with the graft. If you wanted to keep the job, you had to join the Klan. And if you wanted to stay healthy, you didn't double-cross the bootleggers or the Klan. At least those were the rules when he signed up. But it all changed in the spring of 1925, and people you never thought had it in them started going against the Klan, jumping ship like rats. The son of a former state senator, Hecker used his father's political connections to obtain a job with the city shortly after Stapleton's election. The first position he landed, working at the city hospital, didn't appeal to him, so he asked the mayor to find him something better. Stapleton arranged for Hecker to work as a health inspector out of the manager of safety's office, a job that paid $180 a month. One of his duties was inspecting soft drink parlors. Many of the parlors were serving something stronger than Coca-Cola. At first, when Hecker came across whiskey, he would seize the parlor's license, only to find it back on the wall on his next visit. He soon realized that the parlors were paying off someone above his pay grade, and that he was depriving himself of extra income by bucking the system. "I went to taking their money and leaving their licenses on the wall," he explained in a memoir published nearly 60 years later. At the prompting of police officers he knew, he also joined the Klan. It was the only way to hold on to his job, he was told. Locke befriended him, presented him with a special purple robe with silver lining and gold trim, and asked him to join the elite squad of Klansmen who patrolled the Castle Mountain meetings on horseback, making sure no interlopers made their way onto the mesa. Hecker, who'd learned horsemanship at a local riding academy, was happy to oblige. His rising status in the Klan helped Hecker expand his shakedown schemes, and his growing connections and influence as a city employee made him an increasing asset to the Kluxers. He took payoffs from taxi drivers who delivered hooch all over town and from madams seeking protection for their girls. He claimed to have persuaded Stapleton to give him temporary authority over some police assignments, in hopes of turning up the heat on the bootleggers. Instead, Hecker used his position to rake in payments from Klan cops seeking easy beats or a posting to the bootleg squad where there was real money to be made. As a token of their esteem, bootleggers arranged for a 2-carat diamond to be set in Hecker's Manager of Safety badge. Stapleton quickly grew tired of Hecker's empty promises, just as he'd soured on Chief Candlish's assurances that his men were winning the rum wars. At heart, the mayor was a puritanical man, uncomfortable around any displays of vulgarity or vice. He didn't appreciate his administration being turned into a laughingstock by the bootleggers, while his Klan-riddled police force grew fat on the graft. He had needed Locke and his lot for the election, and again for the recall. But now, with the instincts of a veteran politician, he sensed the group's vulnerability and resolved to distance himself from them. It was time to try something else, something that would clarify, once and for all, who ran City Hall. On the Friday before Easter, Stapleton shocked the city by overseeing a massive sweep of bootlegging operations and related criminal enterprises, dispatching dozens of officers to conduct hundreds of arrests. A Post reporter described the Good Friday raids as a gargantuan mop-up of bootleggers, moonshiners, gamblers, lewd women, and human dregs of the underworld. The action had been months in the making. The mayor had borrowed heavily from the playbook Van Cise had developed for the Bunko investigation 3 years earlier. Like the fighting DA, Stapleton kept the police chief and his top detectives out of the loop, relied heavily on police from other jurisdictions, volunteers, and other outsiders to make the arrests, and even used a church as a command center to keep word of the raids from leaking out too soon. The suspects piled up in the county jail, where they were held without bail through the Easter weekend. Not much actual booze was seized in the raids, but that wasn't the objective. The mayor's team had identified numerous bootleggers who'd been paying cops for protection and might be persuaded to testify about the arrangements, now that they were guests of the state. A few days after the raids, Stapleton ordered Chief Candlish to suspend 3 sergeants and 11 patrolmen for offenses ranging from bribery to selling confiscated whiskey and helping themselves to cash seized in gambling raids. Most of the suspected officers were soon fired, and several faced criminal charges. More raids followed. Hecker's thin memoir doesn't explain how he escaped the dragnet, but he was hardly the only one. The corruption and money-making opportunities associated with prohibition enforcement were simply too pervasive to be eradicated by gang-busting tactics. Still, Stapleton's raids boosted his popularity. They were also a repudiation of the Klan. Several of the disgraced members of the bootleg squad were Klansmen. Candlish, the Klan police chief, had been exposed as unreliable and would soon be out the door. The criminal side of the Klan, jarringly at odds with Locke's sermons on the evils of rum running and the Klan vows to clean up the town, was now too obvious to ignore. Just how much Locke knew about the corruption on the force is debatable, but he clearly tried to shield Klan members from jail. Otto Moore, who'd stayed on at the district attorney's office after Van Cise's departure, handled many of the prosecutions stemming from the Good Friday raids, including one larceny case against several officers of the bootleg squad, who were accused of seizing 17 cases of whiskey from one bootlegger and selling them to another at $40 a case. Shortly before the case came to trial, a Rocky Mountain News reporter visited Moore and told him he'd just come from Locke's office. He had hoped to interview the Grand Dragon, but Locke was in conference with the police defendants, their lawyer, and Henry Bray, the Klan judge who would be trying the case. The transom was open, the reporter said, and he listened as Locke instructed the defense attorney to make a motion for acquittal in his opening statement, and ordered the judge to grant it. At trial, the defense attorney argued that because whiskey was illegal, no property right could be asserted in connection with it, and thus there was no larceny. Over Moore's strident objections, Judge Bray granted the motion for acquittal. Moore took the case to the Colorado Supreme Court, which shredded Bray's ruling into confetti. Defendant's position was that by reason of this statute, intoxicating liquor is so completely outlawed that if a home be broken into to get it, there is no burglary. If a citizen be held up at the point of a pistol and deprived of it, there is no robbery. The construction given the act in question by the trial court is fraught with such momentous and disastrous results that we would need go no further than invoke against it the fundamental rule that absurd interpretations will not be given statutes when reasonable ones may be resorted to. Van Cise followed his enemy's legal troubles from a frustrating distance. The gangbuster was a private citizen now. Whether Stapleton cleaned house, whether Locke went down for kidnapping, it was all out of his hands. But he still had a part to play, and he took comfort in a strange private ceremony held a few months after he left office. One spring evening he was taken in hand, in custody, he later called it, by a trusted friend, who insisted on accompanying him home. The man made him wait outside the house, which had all the shades drawn, until seconds before 6 o'clock. Then he hurried him inside, where a group of men in black robes and black masks sat around the dining room table. The room was lit only by candles, casting a warm glow on an expensive radio at the center of the table. Van Cise sat down in front of it, just in time to hear a speech being broadcast from a local studio. It was a tribute to him for his years of public service, prepared by the donors who had funded his bunco investigation. Several of them had come in person, albeit in disguise, to honor him. The costumes may have been an allusion to the judiciary, or perhaps a show of support for Van Cise's battle against the white-robed Kluxers. Either way, he was quite moved by the whole business. He wrote to one of the instigators to thank the group for "your wonderful and unexpected gift." The letter made it clear that the gift he cherished the most wasn't the radio, but the compliment they had paid him by their presence and the surprise on-the-air homage. "All I can say is that I was glad to have an opportunity to do my duty as a public official," he wrote. "I appreciated your support at that time, but value far more highly your present interest as friends. I hope that I may never disappoint your confidence in me." Mayor Stapleton's break with Locke was one of several public ruptures that left the Grand Dragon marveling at the treachery and ingratitude of his subjects. Another turncoat was State Senator Harry Saunders, a criminal attorney and former close friend whom Locke had cast out of the Klan in 1924 for disloyalty. With Stapleton's encouragement, Saunders became involved in trying to incorporate a rival group called the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan of Colorado. The dispute over who had the rights to the KKK name in the state led to a federal lawsuit, ultimately decided in Locke's favor. Locke had a knack for smoothing over disagreements with people he deemed useful, and he and the well-connected Saunders eventually reconciled. But the doctor's biggest worry was also his finest creation, Rice Means. A perpetual political also-ran before he joined the Klan, Means had, with Locke's help, moved quickly from manager of safety to city attorney to a seat in the U.S. Senate. Means was a dynamic speaker and an accomplished glad-hander. He was also just about the only one of the Colorado Klan's Spanish-American war heroes who could plausibly claim to have seen combat. He and Locke had been in an uneasy rivalry for years, and Locke believed he was owed more consideration from Means than he was getting, now that the latter was in Washington. He confided to his most trusted aides that he suspected Means of plotting against him, meeting with the Imperial Wizard behind his back, and seeking to have him removed as Grand Dragon. The intrigues led to a visit to Denver that spring by William Zumbron, the National Counsel for the Klan. Locke and Means both threw receptions for Zumbron and his wife, but Locke was excluded from a dinner party that Means hosted. In a conversation with Locke's chauffeur, Zumbron expressed his admiration of Locke and hinted that the good doctor might be invited to join the Imperial Consilium, an advisory board that also functioned as the Klan's judicial arm. It was one of those promotions that were actually demotions, reminiscent of the way Imperial Wizard Evans had disposed of his predecessor, Joe Simmons, by making him emperor. Locke wasn't planning on going anywhere, but the National Klan's concerns about his leadership extended beyond the poor showing at the State House or even the kidnapping charge, which was still hanging over Locke's head, despite his lawyer's efforts to get the case moved out of Judge Lindsay's courtroom. In May, court filings revealed that Locke was under federal investigation for tax evasion. The law required any unmarried individual with annual income of $1,000 or more to file a tax return. Locke had not filed a return in the past 11 years, not since the 16th Amendment, granting Congress the power to tax personal income, was first passed. Locke loyalists suspected that Rice Means had sicked the taxmen on their beloved leader, or had, at the very least, failed to use his influence to block the investigation. Others believed that the investigation was triggered by gossip about the money Senator Phipps paid Locke to buy the Klan vote in the 1924 election, or possibly by reports that Locke had profited handsomely from the sale of tens of thousands of Klan robes at $6.50 each. Tax problems would bedevil numerous Klan officials over the next few years. Such troubles weren't surprising among leaders of a cash-heavy organization with loose accounting and many opportunities for skimming, both at the local and national level. In his 1925 exposé, The Maelstrom, The Visible of the Invisible Empire, Klan insider Edgar Fuller, the former aide of Imperial Kleagle Edward Clark, estimated that tens of millions of dollars flowed through the national KKK, from initiation fees, robes, dues, and more, with little chance of ever being traced. A statement showing receipts and disbursements has never been made. Any number of audits by expert accountants have been made, but these audits have shown, simply, assets and liabilities of the organization. A record has never, or, for that matter, will never be given to the Klan, or to members of the Klan, or to the public, as to the amount of money received from any state in the Union and how it has been dispersed. In Locke's case, the elegant car and diamonds, the stories about bags of cash and buried treasure chests, the aura of luxury enveloping a man who claimed to subsist on the humble fees of a homeopath, were bound to attract attention sooner or later. How much Locke was making off Klan operations in Colorado, and whether he was declaring the income, were matters of endless speculation among friends and foes alike. "I certainly would like to see his income tax return," one of Van Cise's undercover agents remarked in a surveillance report. Locke's lawyers responded to the tax investigation with stall tactics. A court pleading claimed that his personal financial records from 1913 through 1918 were destroyed by the Japanese house-cleaning force that tidied his office. Locke missed one examination appointment because he was in Colorado Springs, attending a hearing on the Bohm kidnapping case. Judge Lindsay had refused to transfer the case to one of the Klan judges in Denver, moving it to El Paso County instead. Locke fended off other inquiries from tax examiners by claiming his account books contained confidential information, such as his patients' names. His lawyers argued that the tax probe was a vendetta against the Klan, and that allowing federal inspection of certain bank records would violate the Klan's rights. U.S. District Judge Foster Symes was not impressed by this barrage. He ordered Locke to produce his records and meet with tax agents. But when Locke next appeared in court, he had no records to offer. One of his lawyers provided a confusing account of how Locke's ledger books had been accidentally left in an automobile parked outside the courthouse, then mysteriously disappeared before they could be retrieved. Judge Symes listened to the dog-ate-my-homework tale with mounting irritation and disbelief. Not even the eloquent pleadings of attorney Ben Laska, who insisted his client was a victim of circumstance, could placate the judge. Symes declared Locke to be in contempt of court and sentenced him to confinement in the Denver County Jail until he has purged himself of such contempt or until further order of the court. A federal marshal escorted Locke to his cell. Locke continued to protest his innocence as he was being booked. "I am a martyr to the Klan," he said. Nearly 2 years later, former Klan enforcer Joseph Bushnell would provide an affidavit to private investigators that touched on the mystery of the missing ledgers. Bushnell described how Locke vacillated over surrendering what financial records he did have, fearing that the government could prove that they were backdated and false. At the last minute, he turned the ledgers over to Bushnell and another Klansman, who returned them to Locke's office. Another witness recalled Locke boasting, "I guess we gave them a good screwing on the books, didn't we?" At the county jail, Locke was treated with a deference usually reserved for movie stars. He had dozens of visitors every day, male and female, bearing boxes of cigars, bouquets of flowers, and bags of candy. Governor Morley was one of the first and most frequent callers. Right after his inauguration, the governor had set up a special telephone and messenger at his office so that he could keep in constant communication with his mentor. Now that Locke was behind bars, the governor had to visit him in prison, giving onlookers the all-too-accurate impression that the most powerful man in the state took his marching orders from a jailbird. It was an unsuitable arrangement all around, putting pressure on Locke's defense team to find a way to spring the Grand Dragon as soon as possible. Attorney Laska asked Judge Symes to impose a definite sentence for the contempt charge. Symes agreed, sentencing Locke to 10 days in jail and fining him $1,500. Since Locke claimed to have no funds of his own to pay the fine, Morley ordered the state auditor to issue a check to Locke in the amount of $1,599, a sum that was supposedly his salary over the past 6 months as a colonel in the Colorado National Guard. The notion that taxpayers should pay Locke's fine for failing to cooperate in a tax investigation drew outraged editorials, thinly disguised as news stories. Locke had done nothing to earn his salary, and nobody in the Guard seemed to think his colonelship was anything but an honorific. The Colorado Attorney General blocked the payment, ruling that Locke's appointment wasn't properly authorized. Soon Locke's commission was revoked too. He could not continue to be an officer in the Guard after being sentenced to a term of imprisonment by a civil court. Halfway through the 10-day sentence, the fine was paid with funds raised by unspecified friends of the Grand Dragon. On the morning of June 22nd, Locke emerged from the jail a free man, purged of contempt. He was met by top aides Joe Bushnell and Jack Martin and whisked away by automobile. The tax problem still lingered, but within a few weeks he would agree to pay $14,700, the arbitrary amount the Bureau of Internal Revenue had assessed against him for delinquent income tax. Presented in cash to the tax collector by Governor Morley, the $14,700 came from a few generous donors, eager to see Locke's tax problems resolved. Morley would later testify that most of the money came from an oilman, whom Morley subsequently appointed to a state board, and Locke's sister. According to the governor, he was nothing but an errand boy in the transaction. The newspapers reported that the cash payment settled the matter, but that wasn't accurate. The payment only covered the Grand Dragon's tax liability through 1922. The government would eventually seek another $30,000 in taxes on purported incomes in 1923 and 1924, based on the discovery of a bank account containing close to $150,000. Locke maintained that he was merely the agent overseeing the account, that the funds on deposit belonged to the Klan, and that he never received a penny in recompense for his services to the Invisible Empire. The dispute would drag on for years, raising questions about how a fraternal organization, chartered for benevolent and patriotic purposes, managed to have that kind of cash sitting around, how much actually went to charitable activities, and which local or national Klan officials ended up pocketing the rest. Locke had more success extricating himself from the kidnapping charge. Laska got the case moved back to Denver from Colorado Springs and placed in the hands of a Klan judge, who threw it out on the grounds that it had endured too many changes of venue. District Attorney Klein chose not to refile the charges. No longer of much interest to the press, the marriage of Keith Boehm and May Nash was not a happy one. May's baby girl died before her second birthday, and was eventually annulled. It was a season of troubled unions and messy divorces. The Grand Dragon may have thought that he was finally in a position to put all these misunderstandings about money and kidnapping behind him, but he had badly shaken the confidence of people who had once been quite smitten with him. Imperial Wizard Evans, for one, had had enough. A week after he was released from jail, Locke had another visit from William Zumbron, the National Klan's chief attorney, bearing a message from Evans. This time, the Imperial Consul was accompanied by 2 other Klan officials, a sizable delegation sent for the sole purpose of hand-delivering a letter from a Dallas dentist to a Denver physician. Imperial Wizard Evans thanked Dr. Locke for his loyalty and his service. Then he demanded that Locke resign immediately as Grand Dragon of the Colorado realm of the Ku Klux Klan. 11. Collapse. Zumbron delivered the Imperial Wizard's letter on a Sunday. Locke called for an emergency meeting of the Colorado realm on Tuesday night at the Cotton Mills Stadium. It was the largest gathering the venue had ever seen, filling the surrounding vacant lots with cars and drawing an overflow crowd that listened to the unfolding drama on loudspeakers outside the building. As usual, the newspapers couldn't agree on the actual numbers. The Denver Post estimated the crowd at upwards of 30,000. The Skeptical Express pointed out that the building's capacity was about 1/5 of that figure. Locke was in fine form. He deplored the disloyalty of Means, Stapleton, and several other feckless Klansmen, and announced that their memberships had been suspended. The horde heartily approved. He read Evans' letter demanding his resignation and drew howls of protest. He insisted that he would resign like a good soldier and was greeted with even more strenuous objections. This evolved into an energetic, possibly spontaneous outbreak of applause for the Grand Dragon, a deafening show of support that drowned out any discussion. During lulls in the demonstration, puffed-up Titans and Clegraps declared that if Locke's resignation was accepted, they too would leave, and take their claverns with them. One admirer squeezed onto the crowded platform long enough to present Locke with a costly imported gold wristwatch, a bauble that was clearly not 100% American. Zumbrun and the 2 National Klan officials he'd brought with him stayed until the wee hours, watching the crowd rally around Locke. The national organization had rarely meddled in Colorado's affairs, and many of the assembled seemed to regard Zumbrun and his men as interlopers, conspirators with Means and Stapleton in a plot against their beloved leader. To appease them, Zumbrun announced that Locke's resignation would not proceed until he'd had a chance to consult further with the Imperial Wizard. On that conciliatory note, the meeting finally broke up at 1 a.m. The next day, the Grand Dragon received a stream of visitors at his office on Glenarm Place, imploring him not to resign. To most of them, he gave a standard response about being a humble servant of the Invisible Empire, a soldier whose duty is to obey. "I know there are a dozen men in this city more capable than I to direct the affairs of the Klan," he told his favorite reporter, Francis Wayne. Alone with his closest lieutenants, he was more candid. He told Joseph Bushnell that, regardless of what Zumbrun had said, the Imperial Wizard would not back down. Evans wanted him gone. This business about further consultation was just a ruse to buy time, he explained, while the boys in Atlanta tried to figure out how to avoid a schism that would cost them most of their Colorado membership and property. They wanted to ease him out while keeping what he had built. But they had not expected the emphatic show of support at the stadium, and Locke had a few other surprises in store for them. He gave Bushnell instructions and dispatched him on a secret mission to the Secretary of State's office. For 2 weeks, a delicate truce prevailed. Rumors circulated that most of the Klaverns in Colorado were poised to secede, or that Locke, with the backing of other disgruntled Grand Dragons, would lead a coup and supplant Evans as Imperial Wizard. But Evans didn't press for Locke's resignation, and Locke continued to profess his undying allegiance to the Invisible Empire. Then, on Friday, July 17th, in the span of a few minutes, the Ku Klux Klan of Colorado split into 2 unreconcilable camps. That evening, Coca-Cola Candlish, recently fired as police chief by Mayor Stapleton, addressed a crowd of thousands at the cotton mills. He read a telegram from Imperial Wizard Evans, instructing the local leadership to hand over all Klan funds and property to his representatives, who would be arriving shortly in Colorado. This news was met with boos and other demonstration on behalf of Locke. The Denver Clavern number 1, voted to secede on the spot. Men removed their hoods. A few of them tore down an electric fiery cross and carried it away. The aggrieved were directed to line up in front of booths at one end of the arena, where Klan cards could be exchanged for membership in something called the Minutemen of America. Supposedly ill at home, Locke didn't attend the meeting. Contacted by reporters, he expressed dismay at the revolt and claimed to have no involvement in the Minutemen. He insisted he was still loyal to the Klan and its principles. As with many of Locke's public utterances, these were brazen lies, designed to sow confusion among his enemies. Acting on Locke's orders, Bushnell had filed incorporation papers for the Minutemen of America on July 3rd, listing himself as president. A filing for the Minute Women of America soon followed. The Minutemen was Locke's conception, a patriotic organization that would be much broader in scope than the Klan, and much flashier, its members decked out in Revolutionary War uniforms, including a tricorn hat, waistcoat, and knee breeches. No masks, no Southern hoodoo, just good old Yankee Doodle stuff. The group would be open to all white, native-born adult males, not just Protestants. Although clearly based on the Klan template and its creed of white supremacy, the Minutemen mission statement emphasized tolerance rather than hate. To cultivate the worship of God, according to the dictates of individual conscience, to maintain law and order, protect our pure womanhood, promote charity, support the sovereignty of states' rights, freedom of speech and press, separation of church and state, closer relations between American capital and American labor, limitation of foreign immigration. Once again, Zumbrun and a contingent of National Klan officials flew to Denver to deal with the evolving crisis. Over the past 4 years, Klan executives had acquired considerable experience dealing with insurrectionists and splinter groups. Zumbrun moved quickly to file court papers, seeking to establish a receivership for the Denver Clavern and to impose a restraining order on Minutemen officers, prohibiting them from disposing of Klan property, divulging Klan secrets, or recruiting current Klan members. Locke rejected a proposed sit-down with National Klan officials at the Brown Palace, hinting that some further treachery was in the works. A meeting was then arranged on neutral ground, Governor Morley's office. Zumbrun huddled with Locke, the Denver city attorney, and a Klansman state senator for 3 hours. Morley popped in and out of the room during the discussion. Locke once again tendered his resignation as Grand Dragon. This time it was accepted. Imperial Wizard Evans reinstated Means, Stapleton, and the others Locke had summarily purged. Then he issued a decree banishing Locke from the Invisible Empire, claiming that he did knowingly and willfully violate the laws of this order, but declining to make public what his offenses had been. His banishment led to another angry pro-Locke demonstration at the cotton mills, amid renewed calls for secession. At the last minute, Evans reportedly had second thoughts and offered Locke reinstatement, only to be rebuffed. Locke turned over to Zumbrun a cache of records and $23,535.43 in cash, represented as the entire amount of the Klan treasury for the Colorado realm. In return, Zumbrun provided Locke with a release from any claims against him by the national office and an effusive letter praising him for building one of the most effective and powerful state organizations. This you have accomplished only through giving your every thought and energy to the work. You served the Klan without personal reward or compensation, and because you loved the things you were doing. The matter of the Klan's real estate in Colorado would not be so easily settled. The most significant asset by far was the Cotton Mills Stadium, but its ownership was in dispute. It had been acquired for Klan use through the sale of $57,000 in bonds to hundreds of individual backers, many of whom were now Minutemen. Thanks to some paperwork filed shortly before Zumbrun's team arrived, the title to the property was held in the name of lock aide Jack Martin, and the mortgage holder on behalf of the bond investors was the former police chief, William Candlish. It was the Minutemen's position that Zumbrunn couldn't take control of the venue until the Klan had reimbursed the bondholders. The Klan officials soon discovered that the records of the bond sales were fragmentary and poorly maintained. What they could piece together from receipts and sales books indicated significant shortages of cash that had been received and never deposited in the building account. The bond sales weren't the only records problem. While Locke was negotiating his exit, his lieutenants were hard at work covering his tracks. Joe Bushnell would later recall removing records and robes stored at the cotton mills and hiding them at another member's ranch. On another night, he participated in a midnight bonfire at the home of Clarence Kirkling. The two men burned armfuls of Klan records, membership applications, Kliegel reports, receipts for initiation fees, orders for robes, and more, in an effort to make the National Klan's takeover of the Colorado realm as difficult as possible. Many Klan members in southern and western Colorado elected to stay with the national organization. But the mass exodus in Denver and other northern cities hollowed out the state's largest claverns and deprived the Klan of much of its political clout. It's estimated that a third of the Klan members in Colorado defected to the Minutemen, but thousands of others responded to the schism by shunning both organizations. Secretary of State Carl Milliken was in the latter camp. A Kluxer since 1921, he severed ties with the group shortly after Locke's departure, claiming that Klan officials had tried to pressure him to discharge his chief deputy, the son-in-law of a Klan enemy. "I am all through with this kind of organization," Milliken told reporters. He then fired his deputy labor commissioner, Carl DeLocht, for being influenced by outside interests. DeLocht, the head of the Royal Riders of the Red Robe, the Klan's subsidiary for foreign-born Protestants, had many outside interests to consider. On one hand, the Klan under Doc Locke had treated him well. On the other, his close friend Governor Morley and the Doc himself were siding with the Minutemen, a group DeLocht would not be allowed to join because he was born in Canada. Asked where he might land, DeLocht conceded that his group would probably ally itself with the Minutemen anyway for the betterment of Colorado. Other prominent figures in the Colorado realm, including former Great Titan Gano Center, former Exalted Cyclops Rex Yeager, and several Klan judges, decided to cross over to the Minutemen too. They were all loyal to Locke, who, after several weeks of feigned reluctance, was finally persuaded to head the organization. His grand inauguration as Supreme Commander of this new national movement took place at the cotton mills, amid much pomp and ceremony. Locke appeared in a magnificently ornate costume, inspired by George Washington's livery, a voluminous waistcoat with red trim, cuffs and collar of fine lace, doeskin vest and breeches, made from the hide of a deer the doctor had potted himself, plumed tricorn hat. More than anything he said that night, his outfit declared his intention to create a fraternal order that would utterly eclipse the Klan, not only in size and influence, but sartorial splendor. The ovation that greeted him raged for half an hour. The internal warfare that decimated the Colorado Klan that summer was not an isolated phenomenon. Across the country, the organization was convulsed by scandals, schisms, lawsuits, and criminal prosecutions that signaled the beginning of the end of the Klan's viability as a mainstream political entity. The group was shedding members even more rapidly than it had acquired them. After reaching its peak strength of between 2 and 4 million people in 1925, the Invisible Empire lost more than 80% of its following in a matter of months. By the end of the decade, less than 100,000 active Klansmen remained. Law enforcement efforts to crack down on masked demonstrations and vigilantism may have played a role in the decline, but most of the wounds were self-inflicted. In Oregon, squabbling between Grand Dragon Fred Gifford and rival factions led to accusations of fraud and rounds of expulsions. In Georgia, the protracted feud at headquarters between backers of Joe Simmons and those who supported Hiram Evans spilled into local claverns and drove away prospects. It also led to the fatal shooting of Simmons' attorney William Coburn by a mentally unstable Evans supporter, Imperial Nighthawk editor Philip Fox. In Pennsylvania, the Klan took several banished members to federal court, alleging fraud and theft, only to be denounced as a criminal enterprise by an unsympathetic federal judge, W. H. Seward Thompson. The KKK was brutal, despotic, and a continuing menace to the public peace, Thompson found, and Evans was directly responsible for a riot at a 1923 Klan rally in the town of Carnegie, which left one person dead. In Arkansas, Little Rock Klan No. 1 seceded from the Invisible Empire, spearheading a general revolt against Grand Dragon James Comer. Comer, who had worked closely with Evans on the palace coup that removed Simmons from power, stood accused of feathering his own nest at his followers' expense and having the audacity to propose, as a money-making scheme, the establishment of a Negro Ku Klux Klan. There were also ugly rumors that Comer's wife, Robbie Gill, used her position as imperial commander of the women of the Ku Klux Klan to embezzle $70,000 of that group's funds for personal use. A photo of Robbie Gill wearing a $30,000 diamond-studded crown, allegedly a gift from Imperial Wizard Evans, didn't help matters. The Arkansas realm and the national WKKK never recovered from the infighting that followed. The most grotesque fall from grace was in Indiana, where Grand Dragon David Stevenson lorded over the largest, loudest state organization in the country. At the height of its power, roughly a third of Indiana's adult white males were loyal to the Klan, and few Hoosier politicians would dare to make a move without first consulting Stevenson, a charismatic salesman in his early 30s. Stevenson balked at taking orders from Atlanta, and in 1924 the Indiana Klan severed ties with the national office and went on to victory after victory in the November elections. But Stevenson's plans to build his own empire were soon derailed by his violent treatment of women, which escalated from drunken rages to bizarre forms of sexual assault. On March 15, 1925, he insisted that a young woman named Madge Oberholzer, a recent acquaintance, accompany him on a trip to Chicago. On the train, he attacked her repeatedly, raping and mutilating her, biting her face and neck, tongue and breasts, back and legs. Denied medical help by Stevenson, who kept insisting that she marry him, Oberholzer slipped away from her captor long enough to consume a deadly amount of mercuric chloride used for treating syphilis. She died in agony at her parents' house weeks later, after dictating a detailed account of her ordeal. The horrific case drew national attention and sent Stevenson to prison for 20 years for second-degree murder. Subsequent investigations into campaign finance violations led to prison sentences for the mayor of Indianapolis and the chair of the state Republican Party, as well as the indictment of the Klan governor. By 1929, Klan membership in the state had dropped from 250,000 to 4,000. Other Klan leaders lacked Stevenson's cannibalistic tendencies, but their arrogance, greed, hypocrisy, and blundering were enough to drive many out of the organization. The leadership had promised so much with its dreaded boycotts and ambitious legislative agendas, and delivered so little. The Klan's most significant contribution to national policy was its fervent support of the Johnson-Reed Act of 1924, which greatly restricted immigration and imposed quotas designed to preserve the country's existing racial makeup. Asian immigrants were barred entirely, while the quotas for Europeans were skewed in favor of British and German applicants and against Southern and Eastern Europeans. The bill's passage was a triumph for the guardians of what Simmons called Anglo-Saxon American civilization. But it didn't make up for all the other ways the Klan had disappointed and misled its followers, while relentlessly dunning them for dues, donations, and klecktokens. Sooner or later, even the most credulous Mark begins to rumble to the true nature of the game. Compared to other big con operations, the Klan was remarkably short-lived. Marks get wise, and times change. Most Americans scarcely noticed the Klan's implosion in the summer of 1925. They were too busy savoring the culture war being waged in Dayton, Tennessee, where high school science teacher John Scopes was on trial for defying a state law that prohibited teaching the theory of evolution. The Scopes monkey trial was conceived as a media event. Local officials wanted to promote the town of Dayton, and Scopes volunteered for the role of defendant to challenge the state law. The trial soon developed into an entertaining inquisition into the fuzzier aspects of fundamentalist Christian cosmology, vigorously prosecuted by attorney Clarence Darrow and feebly defended by ailing demagogue William Jennings Bryan. Bryan died of a stroke days after the trial ended. As expected, the verdict went against Scopes, but the press coverage was a catastrophe for the fundamentalist cause. H.L. Mencken and a pack of lesser pundits mercilessly ridiculed biblical creationism and the backwoods half-wits who embraced it. Many Klan leaders tried to stay clear of the controversy, but the incessant mockery of their close allies in the evangelical community was another blow, more evidence that the Klan was out of step with the frantic pace of the 20th century. The most compelling reason for leaving the Klan, though, had nothing to do with the group's stand on evolution or immigration or other policy issues. It was the beatings, bombings, arson, kidnappings, tar and feather parties, and other mayhem perpetuated by the self-appointed crusaders for law and order. The prospect of taking action had been part of the appeal of the group in its furtive early days, but its continuing reliance on brute force undermined its claims to legitimacy as a political movement. Business-minded Kluxers were embarrassed and alarmed by the threats, bloodshed, arrests, and lurid headlines. Although Evans had attempted to rein in the rough stuff, the essential thuggishness of the Klan couldn't be denied. Violence was in its genes, in its lineage of white supremacy. It was implicit in its pledges to defend and avenge a social order that no longer existed. Even in Colorado, where the Klan devoted most of its energy to boycotts and rigging juries and elections, violence was never far away. Walter Walker, editor and publisher of the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel, contributed cash and publicity to help establish the Klan on Colorado's western slope. After being passed over for the position of exalted Cyclops in favor of another candidate, he broke with the Klan and began writing editorials critical of the group's takeover of the city and state government. On September 3, 1925, a Klansman deputy sheriff confronted Walker on Main Street, cursed him, and proceeded to beat him, punching him every time he tried to get up from the sidewalk. Far from striking fear in the populace, the assault generated sympathy for Walker, a jail sentence for the deputy, and assertions that the Klan was on its last legs. "The Klan is scotched," commented the Colorado Springs Gazette in an account of the Walker beating. "It blazed up as quickly as its kerosene-soaked fiery crosses. and for a time it found Colorado a golden harvest, but it could not hide its greed, nor could it control its viciousness. The Klan is on the downgrade, busted into several different parts, Judge Ben Lindsay observed in a letter to an Indiana journalist a few months later. With the old-timers fighting each other like cats and dogs, and each ready to squeal on the other. Shortly after leaving the district attorney's office, Van Cise opened a law firm with his former chief deputy, Kenneth Robinson. They turned down many criminal defense cases. Both men wanted to avoid becoming mouthpieces for the people they once put away, the fate of so many ex-prosecutors. With their background in fighting white-collar crime, they soon attracted a core clientele of fraud victims enmeshed in civil cases, including shareholders who'd been burned in stock swindles or bank failures that Van Cise had investigated as DA. It was steady, reliable work, and it paid much better than being a gangbuster. Yet there was a certain bitterness in his outlook now. His skirmishes with the Klan and its corrosive influence had convinced him that the justice system was rotting from within and needed drastic reform. His cynicism was on display when, in September of 1925, he appeared as a featured speaker at the Colorado State Bar Association annual meeting in Colorado Springs and delivered a diagnosis of the nation's crime ills that seemed designed to offend just about everyone. America, though saved for democracy, is chained fast to judicial precedent, terrified by criminals of all kinds, and mentally unbalanced by swarms of social theorists who have delegated to themselves the task of making martyrs out of lawbreakers, he declared. We are said to have more criminals than any other country in the world. We catch a few and then mollycoddle most of them, probably to make the penitentiary so attractive that the balance will flock in. We sentence a man to life and pardon him in a few years. The stench of our cesspool of crime nauseates all nations, while we wallow in our filth and seem to like it. Modern civilization is but a veneer over savagery. Men still fear power, and the law is respected only where real force is ready to strike. The solution he proposed was to take the serious crime fighting out of the hands of petty local officials, sheriffs and magistrates, constables and coroners, who were too easily corrupted. Instead, create a far-reaching state police force under the authority of the Attorney General. Give the state Supreme Court the power to reverse an acquittal or enhance a sentence. Pass a 3 strikes law that would send chronic offenders to prison for life and make prison sentences for other crimes indefinite, so that miscreants would have to demonstrate good behavior to obtain a release date. In the absence of such changes, he added the strongest deterrent to gang crime that law enforcement officials had was the ability to cut deals with one criminal to testify against another, just as he had done in the Bunko case. So I say all praise to the squealer, the only law enforcement agency that the criminal really fears. The caustic diatribe made headlines. Doubtless some members of his audience wondered if Van Cise had lost his mind. But as events would soon demonstrate, he was not wrong about the cesspool of crime and widespread abuses involving sentencing and parole. The corruption went all the way to the top, to the highest elected official in the state, who was doing his best to undo much of what Van Cise had accomplished. Leading the people of Colorado to the promised land was proving to be more difficult than Clarence Morley had expected. The governor was surrounded by naysayers, bent on frustrating his every move. His greatest consolation was his conviction that he was on the right side of things. On the burning issue of the decade, the question of alcohol, he had no doubts whatsoever. He believed in bone-dry prohibition and was encouraged by what he saw as a great awakening among his constituents, a growing respect for the ban on booze as a first step on the journey to a better world. This change has its roots in a great spiritual impulse that is gradually and surely taking hold of the public conscience, he declared in a 1925 speech. The day of the hip pocket flask is passing into the oblivion that must eventually claim it wholly. The voice of the people raised in a concerted demand for strict enforcement is everywhere heard, its tone unmistakable. I believe the Prohibition law will never be repealed, and that the 20th Amendment will remain a part of our great Constitution as long as that instrument itself exists. Morley's reach often exceeded his grasp of details. It was the 18th Amendment, not the 20th, that sanctioned the national crusade against demon rum. Whatever you called it, the machinery of Prohibition provided the governor with fresh opportunities to reward his friends and punish his enemies. Colorado had created a modest state agency, the Law Enforcement Department, and staffed it with paid agents to help enforce its Prohibition statute. But it was also possible to appoint volunteers, answerable only to the governor, to aid the cause. Morley's predecessor had shied away from doing so, leery of overseeing an amateur police force. But Morley had no such qualms. He appointed dozens of volunteer Prohibition agents. Many were Klansmen, or Minutemen, after the schism, who'd been promised a job in the new regime. Some were ex-convicts, whose only experience with police work was being on the wrong side of it. The volunteer agents didn't receive a salary, but they could put in for expenses and enjoy the perks a state badge could bring, which were considerable. The complaints poured in from sheriffs, district attorneys, and private citizens. Morley's men were drunk on duty. They invaded people's homes, threatened local cops, made arrests on the flimsiest of pretenses, and extorted bogus fines. It was as if Coca-Cola Candlish's corrupt bootleg squad had been reincarnated statewide. After a series of midnight raids in rural Weld County, Greeley attorney Robert Winborn wrote to Morley threatening civil action against the agents who shook down his clients. Without the semblance of warrants, either criminal or search, their homes were entered in the nighttime, women and men compelled to arise from beds where they had retired for the night and be subjected to search, accompanied by the flourish of firearms and the application of profane and insulting epithets and demands. Bureaus, closets, attics, and rooms were unceremoniously searched, and in a few instances liquor in small quantities was found, whereupon 12 of these people were arrested, taken to the city jail at Lafayette in Boulder County, where they were incarcerated and ill-treated until the following day at 1 p.m., when they were brought to the town of Dacono. A justice of the peace was there obtained, and a farcical and clandestine purported judicial hearing was held on Sunday, where fines were illegally imposed on these defendants to the extent of and in excess of $1,200. At the end of his first year in office, Morley declined to renew the appointments of his rogue Prohibition officers. Instead, he issued an executive order abolishing the entire law enforcement department. The debacle was one more layer of stink in the heap of failures that was the Morley administration. 5 months before the end of his 2-year term, the governor announced, to no one's surprise, that he would not run again. The people determined quite a while ago that when his present term ends, he will be retired, a post-wag observed. His announcement indicates that even he senses the futility of trying to fool them again. Most State House reporters had dismissed Morley as a mere figurehead, long before he threw in the towel. Anyone who observed him on the phone with Locke, a frequent occurrence, knew where the real power resided. Morley was a rubber stamp, an echo. Early in his governorship, he had taken a mysterious business trip to California. and no reporters, much less his own lieutenant governor, noticed his absence for several days. As his time as chief executive ticked down to its final weeks, few journalists bothered to drop by his office on their rounds. But a couple of them began to pick up clues that something funny was going on, the first inklings of a scandal that would dwarf all the rest. Back when he was the Klan's law and order candidate, Morley had sharply criticized Governor Sweet for his liberal use of his office's powers to pardon or parole prisoners and commute sentences. But after taking office, Morley proved to be an even more forgiving fellow. He commuted the death sentence of Arthur Mitchell, slayer of 2, to life in prison. He paroled Maurice Mandel, the 26-year-old boy broker who'd engineered a scheme to loot $465,000 from the Hibernia Bank. Van Cise had prosecuted the case and obtained a 20-year sentence for Mandel. Scarcely 2 years later, he was free. Van Cise conveyed his outrage to reporters and predicted that Mandel's release was only the start of a pardon and parole orgy which will shortly be indulged in by the present incumbent of the gubernatorial chair. He was right. Morley paroled other swindlers, as well as bootleggers, still operators, armed robbers, and worse. According to 3 witnesses, the governor showed up at the state penitentiary one night with an ex-convict named Bert Donaldson and demanded that the warden arrange a private interview between Donaldson and Jackie French, the notorious bookmaker for the Blonger Bunko ring. French was paroled a few months later, after serving little more than 2 years of a 7-year sentence. Orders for release were issued for other prisoners who had never even applied for parole. Many of these actions were kept secret for months, but in the final days of the Morley administration, the Denver Post ran a series of stories on the pardon orgy. By the newspaper's count, Morley had issued pardons or paroles for 149 prisoners in 2 years, including 23 lifers, 19 murderers, and several rapists. The series strongly insinuated that money had changed hands for these mercies. Many of those who obtained the governor's pardon were represented by Ben Laska or Harry Saunders, Locke's personal attorneys and bribe brokers. Morley sued the Post for libel, seeking $117,000 in damages and insisting that he'd never personally profited from the prisoner releases and reprieves. That may have been true, but the lawsuit was ill-advised. It exposed the governor's activities and related Klan follies to a degree of scrutiny they had never received before. The case went to trial 3 times. The first time around, Judge Henry Bray blocked testimony on many subjects, including his own Klan membership, and a deadlocked jury resulted in a mistrial. The second trial produced a $15,600 judgment in Morley's favor, but that verdict was thrown out after Judge James Starkweather ruled that Morley had failed to establish a foundation for damages. The Post also argued that the verdict was tainted by the presence of Klansmen or Minutemen on the jury. By the third trial, the Post had fine-tuned its devastating defense, as well as the shrill press coverage that went with it. Testimony from former Locke associates suggested that Morley did whatever Locke asked. George Minor, the former Klan lecturer, said that Locke had shown him the undated letter of resignation he'd extracted from Morley before he became governor, just in case the chief executive ever was tempted to defy him. Minor also recalled a discussion with Locke about starting a clavern at the state penitentiary, since so many Kluxers were serving time there. A Post managing editor detailed how the paper's parole series had scuttled a scheme that would have released Alfred Max, an abortionist serving time for murder, in exchange for $30,000 doled out to various interests, including $12,500 to Locke. Attorney Charles Ginsberg recounted how he'd tried to save the life of Ray Shank, a mental case facing execution for killing his wife and son. He was told by Locke attorney Laska that it would cost $5,000 for a commutation from the governor, money the condemned man didn't have. Shank's hanging proceeded as scheduled. When it was his turn to take the stand, Morley displayed little knowledge or concern about the men he had released. He denied the late-night visit to the pen on behalf of Jackie French, and contradicted himself about when, if ever, he'd publicly disclosed his membership in the Klan. He admitted to being an errand boy in the Locke tax case and seeking Locke's advice on pardons and paroles. He did nothing to correct the impression that he was precisely the man the Post had made him out to be: a stooge, a dupe, a bagman, a tool. The jury found in the newspaper's favor. By that point, Morley had left office and moved to California. His friendship with Locke had unraveled over the parole mess and other difficulties, but he was still willing to serve as a front for others, to loan out his name and connections to get some business done. Minor details, such as whether the business was legal or not, continued to elude him. That failing would eventually land him in a federal penitentiary, where he would write plaintive letters to powerful men, seeking a pardon of his own. Van Cise couldn't leave it alone. Another man in his position, newly retired from public life, would have been content to take a seat in the bleachers and watch the Ku Klux Klan devour itself. But his obsession with the hooded order was as robust as ever. He was still determined to fight them, to expose them. If they were truly on the run, then he would give them whatever push he could to send them on their way. 6 months after the Klan's triumph in the 1924 elections, a group calling itself the Constitutionalists began organizing a broad-based campaign to defeat them. The organization wasn't aligned with any single party or ideology, other than a commitment to the Constitution. The aim was to avoid the divisiveness among anti-Klan forces that had led to the Klan victory, to form new alliances rather than stoke old rivalries. Van Cise joined the group, whose officers included his longtime ally, former Republican Governor Oliver Shoup, and his nemesis from the Bunko trial, defense attorney Horace Hawkins. Other prominent political leaders and activist attorneys, including Phil Hornbein and Charles Ginsberg, also enlisted. The Rocky Mountain American, a Klan newspaper, immediately began mocking the group, and Van Cise in particular, reporting that he'd been named the Constitutionalists' official bungler, thanks to years of arduous practice blowing his own horn. Mr. Van Cise, after the limelights had been suitably adjusted to suit his particular temperament, assured the gathering that he was as he always had been, ready to die, theoretically speaking, in any old cause, so long as he could do so in the full view of all the people all the time. The new coalition was a more serious threat than the Klan cared to acknowledge. The Constitutionalists held a public meeting at a Denver theater, warning an overflow crowd about a Klan plot to take over the commission overseeing the construction of the Moffett Tunnel, a $15 million project that would create a key rail link west of the city under the Continental Divide. The Kluxers aimed to replace the current commissioners with their own crew in an upcoming election. One component of the campaign was a bogus report, issued by a Klan grand jury, accusing the commission of malfeasance. Van Cise went to court on behalf of the incumbent commissioners to get the report expunged. His clients were re-elected, the Klan plot foiled. Now that he was in private practice, Van Cise could be selective about the people he chose to represent. The fraud cases paid the bills, but he was also on the lookout for cases that would feed his obsession, give him a shot in a courtroom at Locke and Company. The Moffat tunnel flap was one instance. The case of attorney Edward Sabin, who claimed that Locke owed him money for services rendered, was another. The services at issue stemmed from the litigation surrounding Royal Graham, the Klan-backed candidate for Denver's juvenile court judge in the 1924 election. Graham had a history of misconduct and financial mismanagement as a probate court judge, and Van Cise had bitterly opposed his effort to unseat Judge Ben Lindsay. Officially, Lindsay had narrowly won the contest, but recounts reduced his margin to a few dozen votes and led to a court challenge, alleging election fraud. The convoluted case persisted for years. After Graham committed suicide in 1925, his widow Cora continued to press it, arguing that Graham's estate was owed the salary he would have earned on the bench if the election hadn't been stolen. Sabin had represented Graham and his widow in the fight, but he claimed that it was Locke who had hired him. Locke had paid him some money, but still owed him $445. Locke insisted that it was the Klan that had hired Sabin. Any money he was still owed was the Klan's debt, not his. The good doctor no longer belonged to the Klan. It wasn't a lot of money, hardly enough to justify a lawsuit, but Van Cise pursued the case like a hound from hell. He demanded the right to depose Locke. The doctor's attorneys opposed the move. Van Cise pointed out that Locke's answer to the suit had made vague references to an invisible empire, but failed to state its location. A deposition would help clear up this and other matters. Locke sat reluctantly for his deposition, while Ben Laska popped up and down, swatting away questions about his client's finances like flies. Van Cise deposed Brown Harwood, former Imperial Classic of the National KKK, as well as Imperial Wizard Evans. Both men stated that Locke had no authority to hire attorneys on behalf of the Klan. The first jury to hear the case deadlocked on a key piece of evidence: 2 checks paid to Sabin that bore Locke's signature. The panel couldn't decide if they were Klan checks or personal payments by Locke, since the doctor apparently used the same account for personal expenditures and Klan business. A second jury found that Locke had hired Sabin and owed him the remaining $445. Locke paid it. The case took 2 years from complaint to judgment and was a Pyrrhic victory at best, but Van Cise didn't regret it. Obtaining a jury verdict against Locke was like finding a white rhino in your basement. It just didn't happen. By the time the case was resolved, Locke was under siege on several fronts. Federal tax agents were back on his case, digging around and asking questions about the whereabouts of hundreds of thousands of dollars in dues and robe fees collected back in his days as Grand Dragon. According to the Post, some of the digging took place in the backyard of a Denver home, where important records were unearthed. Someone attempted to break into Charles Locke's crypt in Fairmont Cemetery, apparently in the belief that his son had stashed plunder there. A few days later, a burglary was reported at the cotton mills, which the Minutemen were leasing from the Klan for their meetings, while the bond mess got straightened out. The Minutemen had failed to become the coast-to-coast patriotic movement Locke had envisioned. One hurdle seemed to be the elaborate costume, which lacked the simple anonymity of a robe and hood. People didn't want to be caught dead in knee breeches and a funny hat. Uniform sales were disappointing, and after the first few raucous gatherings, the crowds began to dwindle. The group also lost face after a raid on its downtown headquarters, led by District Attorney Foster Klein. The DA had complained for months about the frequency with which criminal defendants affiliated with the organization achieved hung juries or acquittals. He had been spurred into action by a tip from a former jury commissioner who'd said he'd been pressured to pack the jury pool with Minutemen. When he resisted, he was replaced by a more compliant bureaucrat. Seized in the raid were 2 typewriters, which, tests soon confirmed, had been used to compose the official list of 2,000 names of prospective jurors. Klein couldn't prove that the list had been prepared on Locke's orders, and his investigation failed to produce charges against anyone. But the uproar confirmed suspicions that Locke's new venture was proceeding along the same crooked lines as his old one. More allegations about Locke's schemes and backroom deals came from disillusioned Kluxers and Minutemen. The most damaging account was provided by Joe Bushnell, formerly one of the doctor's closest friends and an adjutant general of the Minutemen. On October 1, 1926, Bushnell admitted in open court that, while acting as conservator for a mentally ill soldier, he'd stolen $2,680 from the man's estate. Prior to making his confession, Bushnell had gone to Locke, seeking help. Locke had refused any assistance and told him to take his medicine. He was sentenced to a term of 18 months to 3 years in the state pen. Bushnell stewed over his situation for 3 months. As he saw it, he would not have been in the desperate circumstances that led to the embezzlement if Locke had paid him what he was owed for all the dirty jobs he'd undertaken. He decided to unburden himself in an 8,000-word affidavit, provided to private investigators looking into allegations of fraud in the 1926 elections. The former henchman had plenty to say. He described the shenanigans involved in hiding Locke's tax records from federal examiners and the destruction of Klan records as Locke orchestrated the mass defection to the Minutemen. He touched on the shady bond sales, his encounter with one of Keith Boehm's kidnappers a few hours before the teen's forced wedding, and a conversation with a prominent Denver banker who confided that Dr. Locke had saved his family from disgrace by performing an abortion on his daughter. He admitted to compiling lists of names of Klansmen and Minutemen with another Locke aide, the same man who was accused of rigging the lists used in Denver jury selection. He recalled Locke flashing large wads of money while stiffing his lieutenants on promised salaries. He accused the doctor of scheming to insert himself in Klan feuds elsewhere, including the Arkansas Schism, as well as trying to take over the local chapter of the Shriners. As for the Minutemen, Bushnell believed the organization was little more than a personality cult. It is my honest opinion that very few men who are now closely connected with Dr. Locke know of his falsities, Bushnell stated. The Secret Service staff of the Minutemen actually amounts to the numerous hangers-on who believe Dr. Locke has the power to do anything he wishes. They get nothing for their services but abuse in the end. Like little Len Ramey, the star witness in the Bunko trial, Bushnell was a prosecutor's dream, a high-ranking member of a criminal conspiracy who was prepared to tell all. An aggressive district attorney could have used his revelations as a launching point for a far-ranging case against Locke, one that would encompass kidnapping, bribery, jury tampering, election fraud, and much more. Such a case wouldn't have to hinge on Bushnell's word. He had named several other disaffected insiders who could verify his claims. All it would take was a prosecutor willing to do the legwork. But Klein wasn't that prosecutor. One possible explanation for his reluctance can be found in Bushnell's affidavit, which hinted that Locke had something salacious on Klein and was blackmailing him. But it's also possible that Klein didn't see much percentage in chasing a foe that was doing a good job of destroying itself. The decline of the Minutemen and the Klan was glaringly evident in the 1926 elections. Both organizations tried to operate as power brokers, dangling the support of their legions before those candidates who promised to provide the best quid pro quo. But since their legions had been drastically reduced by desertions, they had little of the leverage the Invisible Empire had enjoyed 2 years earlier. Even in his reduced circumstances, Locke was determined to thwart the re-election bid of his arch-rival, Rice Means, the only member of the U.S. Senate to have been publicly outed as a Klansman. Locke initially backed George Luxford, a county judge and fellow Minuteman, in the Senate race, but soon shifted his support to Charles Waterman, a well-heeled corporate lawyer who'd lost to Means in the Republican primary in 1924. According to Bushnell, Locke collected thousands of dollars from Luxford for his support, then abandoned him and collected even more from Waterman. Waterman went on to beat Means in the primary and former Governor William Sweet in the general election. Whether Locke's maneuvers had much impact on the outcome is difficult to say, since Waterman had strong backing from corporate interests too. It was, in any event, the doctor's last bit of king-making. He frittered away his waning influence in intrigues over city council races and failed utterly in his efforts to stop Ben Stapleton's re-election as Denver's mayor a few months later. The Klan fared even worse than the Minutemen in the 1926 elections. The group lost the Senate, the governorship, and any semblance of control of the state legislature. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered at county assemblies, the group no longer had the delegates to head off the Constitutionalists and other anti-Klan forces within the GOP. Constitutionalist Oliver Shoup emerged from the primary as the Republican choice for governor. He was defeated by Democrat Billy Adams, who'd led the anti-Klan coalition in the State House. Now commanded by a Baptist preacher based in Cannon City, the ragtag remnants of the Colorado Klan were in retreat and headed back to the shadows. Van Cise's last skirmish with the Night Riders came 5 months before the election. The Denver Clavern had announced a clorero, large gathering, and parade through downtown for Memorial Day weekend. Despite predictions that up to 60,000 Klansmen would show up for the festivities, the turnout was shockingly low. The previous summer, a Klan picnic at Lakeside Park had attracted an estimated 50,000 people. Earlier parades through downtown had lasted for up to 4 hours, the Klan legions marching 4 abreast and bringing commerce to a standstill. But less than 500 men and women showed up for the 1926 parade. Van Cise had been invited to speak at Memorial Day services in honor of military veterans at Crown Hill Cemetery. He began by observing that Denver was in the peculiar position of having 2 parades that weekend. One was for veterans of the Grand Army of the Republic and the Spanish-American War, men who do not need to boast of their achievements because their deeds speak for themselves. The second was the puny pageant the Ku Klux Klan had staged in an attempt to usurp the holiday. Another parade came in white, shrouded and masked, yet proclaimed itself American, Van Cise said. A day dedicated to the heroic dead should not be outraged by a group of cheap politicians, organized as a secret society trying to obtain advertising for themselves. Some Klansmen in the audience began to mutter, but they'd had no chance to pack the house, and Van Cise was just getting started. Those of us who have been in the service, who encountered shot and shell, or the horrors of the trenches as part of our job, as a duty of citizenship, were glad to do it, he said. Unfortunately, not all the great battles are fought in war, and some of the major struggles come in peace. In Colorado, for the last 2 years, and now, we are facing a battle as serious, as terrific, as any we fought in the Civil War or in the World War. We are face to face with a gigantic battle of peace, the battle for Americanism. Secret political organizations are un-American in every possible particular. They strike at the foundation of our liberty. They strike at the integrity of our manhood. I call on you who are here today to denounce this high-handed proceeding on the part of those ghost-like intruders, to rise up and fight the battles of your country against those who are too cowardly to come out in the open and declare what principles they possess and what candidates they have. The mutterings were drowned out by cheers and applause. But the Kluxers couldn't let such an affront pass. Van Cise had impunged their patriotism. Worse, he'd questioned their manhood. The insult had to be avenged. 6 nights later, the Klan struck back, erecting and burning a large cross in the former district attorney's front yard. There are 2 versions of how this story ends. In the first version, the Van Cise family was out of town on the Sunday night that the Klan attacked. Neighbors called the fire department, which extinguished the fiery cross. Van Cise told a reporter that he was sorry he missed the show, and vowed, "If the Klan has nerve enough to let me know when it intends to call, I assure it a warm welcome from a reception committee of 1. The second version was told by Edwin Van Cise, Philip's son, many years later, a vivid memory from his childhood that he shared with his own children. In this account, the children and Sarah were at home that night. Standing at the living room window, completely oblivious to the sinister significance of the event, 7-year-old Edwin and his 8-year-old sister, Eleanor, greeted the blazing, night-defying cross with shrieks of delight, as if the 4th of July had arrived early. Both versions can't be true. Edwin would have been 9 in June 1926, so perhaps he was recalling some other event. Or perhaps there was more than one episode of cross-burning at the Van Cise home. In the end, it doesn't matter. Both accounts take us to the same place. What was once a deadly threat, a symbol to strike terror in the hearts of the Klan's enemies, had become a mere act of vandalism, an impotent gesture, a spectacle for the kiddies. Van Cise and others like him, the ones who would not abide infamy in silence, had challenged and ridiculed the men in hoods at every turn, until they could no longer hide their own absurdity. The group would linger, increasingly fractured and directionless, but there was no longer anything to fear from the Colorado realm of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan was finished. 12. Legacies. A milkman discovered the body at 2:30 on a Monday morning. Drawn by the clatter of an idling automobile engine, he wrestled open the stubborn sliding doors of a Capitol Hill garage and found the place thick with fumes. The driver door of a coupe wide open, the occupant sprawled across the seat, dead from carbon monoxide poisoning. The deputy coroner ruled out foul play, but declined to choose between accident and suicide as the matter of death. Despite the official waffling, there was no mystery surrounding the demise of Adolph Duff. It was hard to picture the former manager of Denver's big store taking the trouble to close those garage doors, then crawling back into his car on a chilly November night to take a nap, and accidentally leaving the motor running. But this was scarcely a month after Black Tuesday, the great stock market crash of '29, and no one was inclined to look too closely at the death of a washed-up confidence man amid so many more notable sad cases. Back in the old days, Kid Duffy had bragged of having such ironclad protection that no one could touch him. 5 years in prison had taken the starch out of him, but the real problems began after his release. He gambled heavily, burning through the cash and investments he'd left in his wife's care during his incarceration. She filed for divorce. He mortgaged his remaining property, blew the proceeds at cards and craps, and ended up in the garage without $1 in his pocket. He was 55 years old. Other confidence artists who had once thrived in Duff's operation also struggled to make ends meet. Following his early parole, Jackie French teamed up with a new Badger game partner, the daughter of Billy Arnett, Blonger's former connection in the Justice Department. But Dapper Jackie soon landed in federal prison on an old mail fraud beef. After serving 5 years, he died of pneumonia shortly after his release. His former lover and partner in crime, Buddha Godman, was nabbed in New York while trying to fence $300,000 in jewels stolen in an armed robbery and was sentenced to 4 years. Elmer Meade, the Christ Kid, emerged from the Colorado pen and went right back to working scams across the country and in England, keeping one step ahead of federal agents. But life on the run took its toll. The feds slapped liens on his properties. British authorities deported him. When he was arrested for a minor traffic violation in Boston, it was discovered that he had mutilated his fingerprints with acid. The confidence racket wasn't what it used to be. Van Cise's investigation had exposed cherished trade secrets to suckers everywhere, and no major American city would ever again be as well fixed as Denver had been before the Gangbuster showed up. The big con would endure, but the touches were smaller, the risks greater, and the payoff, the most elegant and lucrative con game of them all, was now hopelessly dated. You couldn't sell marks on a red-hot stock exchange that churned out stacks of cash, not when the real market was in shambles and the deepening depression had robbed people of their confidence. The brokers on Wall Street had spoiled things for hard-working grifters everywhere. They had, as the saying goes, ranked the joint. Len Ramey picked the right moment to walk away from the game. Van Cise saw to it that his star witness in the bunco case was quietly released, his trial obscured. Ramey returned to his home state of Arkansas with his wife, Nina Hansen. The couple opened a hotel and prospered. He died in 1959, 2 months shy of his 70th birthday. Another key witness would outlive Ramey and just about everyone else involved in the case. A few months after the bunco trial, rancher turned Avenger Frank Norfleet crossed the last name off the list of confidence men who had swindled him. Charles Harris, the elusive roper he knew as Spencer, had finally been captured in Salt Lake City. His mission accomplished, Norfleet could have stepped away from the limelight at that point, but he'd grown fond of it, and he had bills to pay. In 1924, he published a larger-than-life account of his adventures. Norfleet, the actual experiences of a Texas rancher's 30,000-mile transcontinental chase after 5 confidence men. He went on the lecture circuit, starred in a never-completed movie adaptation of his book, and offered his services as a manhunter to other swindle victims. He claimed to have apprehended 93 criminals by 1940, the year he turned 75. Memory is a luxury only those who go straight can afford, he declared. He died in 1967 at the age of 102. Van Cise and Norfleet became lifelong friends, but their memories differed regarding certain aspects of the bunco case. Possibly to correct the record, as well as dispel some popular myths about confidence men, Van Cise eventually got around to writing his own book on the Blonger investigation, Fighting the Underworld, published in 1936. Scrupulous in many details, and not without a mordant sense of humor, it's also an oddly circumspect work. Van Cise changed or omitted the names of many important players, including several police officers, corrupt officials, and unindicted co-conspirators. Even the mayor at the time, Dewey Bailey, is never named. It's likely this was done to avoid libel claims. After the arrests, several of the con men filed civil suits against Van Cise for allegedly violating their rights. All their claims were soon dismissed, but the prosecutor had a keen appreciation of how litigation could be used as a tool for harassment. The author also refers to himself in the third person as the Colonel or the District Attorney, draining color and emotion from what should have been a vivid first-person account. Its aloof tone didn't discourage reviewers, several of whom hailed Fighting the Underworld as an important work in a much-neglected area of criminology. Despite a somewhat dry style, the book is steadily interesting, Robert Van Gelder wrote in the New York Times. Its influence extended well beyond its press run. Not long after its publication, Van Cise was contacted by David Maurer, a linguistics professor at the University of Louisville, who was obsessed with underworld slang and subcultures. Maurer consulted with Van Cise and interviewed numerous crooks while researching his classic survey of grifter lingo and scams, The Big Con, The Story of the Confidence Men, published in 1940. A generation later, Maurer's book provided source material for one of the most popular movies ever made, The Sting. How much the movie owes to Maurer is disputed. In 1974, shortly after the movie's release, Maurer filed a $10 million copyright infringement suit against Universal Pictures, claiming that The Sting contained too many similarities to his book. David S. Ward, who received an Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, acknowledged turning to several nonfiction sources in his research, but denied any plagiarism. The case was settled out of court for a reported $600,000. The movie went on to become one of the highest-grossing blockbusters of the 1970s. Its success owes a great deal to a feat of Hollywood trickery that would have astounded even the most jaded grifter, transforming the hard-eyed predators who ran the big con into lovable scamps, played by Paul Newman and Robert Redford. Firing Coca-Cola Candlish and distancing himself from the Klan did wonders for Benjamin Stapleton's political career. In 1927, he handily won re-election as Denver's mayor against a pack of challengers, including a city councilman backed by the Klan and the Minutemen. Voted out in 1931, Stapleton bounced back 4 years later and went on to serve 3 more terms as mayor, dominating city politics well into the 1940s. He died 3 years after leaving office. Under Stapleton, Denver acquired a municipal airport and completed the Civic Center complex of public buildings started by Boss Spear. But Stapleton's shrewdest move may have been hiring Van Cise's former classmate and patron, George Cranmer, as manager of parks and improvements. Like Stapleton, Cranmer had impeccable timing. He cashed out of the stock market months before the crash and retired from the brokerage business at 44. He became Stapleton's campaign manager and then his point man on several projects that would help define the city, including expansion of its mountain park system and the construction of the Red Rocks Amphitheater and concert venue. In 1940, he launched a city-operated winter sports park on a mountainside 70 miles from town, consisting of a rope tow and T-bar for skiers, a few warming sheds, and not much else. Winter Park became a linchpin of Colorado's nascent ski industry, which now employs thousands of people and generates close to $5 billion a year in economic activity. A park in Denver's Hilltop neighborhood with expansive views of the Front Range is named after Cranmer. The airport that was built on Stapleton's watch carried his name from 1944 until it was closed in 1995. The residential community that replaced it continued to be called Stapleton for another 25 years, even as controversies surfaced elsewhere about naming monuments, streets, and public buildings after leaders with ties to white supremacy. Stapleton's Klan affiliation was no secret to historians, But it didn't prompt much public discussion until 2018, when Walker Stapleton, the Colorado State Treasurer and the mayor's great-grandson, made an unsuccessful run for the governor's office. In 2020, the Stapleton Master Community Association voted to change the neighborhood's name to Central Park. No similar act of erasure has been directed at the Klan governor of Colorado, Clarence Morley, because there is no memorial that needs to be erased. No airport, neighborhood, park, plaza, alcove, alley, or outhouse was ever named after Morley. Which is ironic, perhaps, since he was so amenable to loaning his name to dubious ventures when it still meant something. While serving as governor, Morley had been persuaded to become president of the Fall River Mining Company, a business that was more focused on stock manipulation and inflated dividends than producing ore. He made a short-term profit on his involvement before the stock price cratered, driven down to a fraction of a cent by regulatory probes, bad press, and lawsuits. A few years later, reeling from losses in the market and struggling to keep his law practice afloat, he fell in with other stock hustlers who opened a reputed brokerage agency, Clarence J. Morley and Company, in Indianapolis, listing the former governor as president. The company was a complete fraud, bilking its clients out of cash for stock purchases that were never made. Customers in Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky lost substantial sums, but the scam continued for a full year until federal agents raided the place. In 1935, Morley was arrested and charged with mail fraud. 2 of his 6 co-defendants took it on the lam. Morley didn't dispute the fraud, but insisted he had no knowledge of it or intent to participate in it. He'd never set foot in Indiana, he pointed out, and his attorney claimed that a series of strokes had impaired his ability to understand what was going on. A jury didn't buy his defense, and neither did the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. Given Morley's background as an attorney, judge, and governor, it is impossible to believe that the defendant was not aware of the character and practices of his associates, the circuit judges concluded. Tried on 21 counts of mail fraud, Morley was convicted of only 1, but that was enough to draw a 5-year prison sentence. He was paroled in 1940 after serving 21 months at the Leavenworth Penitentiary and continued to insist that he was guilty of nothing except being a dupe. He died in Oklahoma City in 1948. His death came shortly after that of another Leavenworth graduate, former Locke attorney Ben Laska. In 1935, Laska was accused of accepting $10,000 in ransom money from a kidnapping as his fee for defending Albert Bates, a career criminal. Laska denied that he'd knowingly taken the tainted money, which, under the Lindbergh Act, would make him an accessory to the crime. He was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years. He served close to half that amount before obtaining parole. With his typical nimbleness, the ex-magician returned to Denver and began to work on reviving his law career. A pardon signed by President Truman arrived in 1947, but by that point Laska was contending with health problems and losing hope that he would ever get his law license reinstated. One night he retired to his bedroom, wrote 6 suicide notes, downed a box of sleeping pills, and pulled his last vanishing act. The man who had once commanded Laska and Morley preceded them into the darkness. On April Fool's Day, 1935, John Galen Locke wandered into a suite of rooms at the Brown Palace that comprised the campaign headquarters of Denver mayoral candidate Charles Armstrong. In the reception area, he encountered ex-undercover agent Robert Maiden, a good friend of Armstrong's, who was just leaving. The former Klan infiltrator was one of the last people to see the former Grand Dragon alive. Other men passed through the anteroom and greeted Locke. One attempted to strike up a conversation with him, but Locke abruptly slumped to the floor. A doctor was summoned. Artificial respiration attempted, but it was no use. He was dead from a heart attack at the age of 63. Competing stories soon emerged about what Locke was doing in Armstrong's suite. It's possible that he had other business in the hotel that evening and had dropped in on the candidate on a whim. But many suspected that he had an appointment with Armstrong and was trying to get back in the game, building his political base in Denver before trying to exert his influence statewide. Former Exalted Cyclops Rex Yeager, who'd visited Locke at his home earlier that day, favored the latter explanation. Locke had never stopped plotting his comeback. He had smoothed over past misunderstandings and acquired influential friends wherever he could. Governor Morley had appointed him to the State Board of Medical Examiners, drawing protests from the medical establishment. 2 governors later, Locke was still on the board, making nice. And his tax problems were finally behind him. Just 2 months before he dropped dead, a tax appeals board ruled that the government had failed to prove that Locke had skimmed from the Klan and owed $30,000 in taxes on that income. Instead, he was issued a $3,000 refund for overpayment. He had also revised his history, representing himself as a champion of religious tolerance. The Minutemen had been a disappointment. A much-heralded branch in California had quickly withered, and Catholics and Jews failed to take advantage of its generous membership provisions. Locke had appointed Laska as the first Jewish Minuteman, but the backlash from former Kluxers had been so vocal that he hadn't been eager to add more. Refusing to concede defeat, Locke had recently started yet another fraternal society, the Order of Equals, open to white men of all faiths, that he predicted would one day be bigger than the Klan. He boasted to Yeager that Hiram Evans had contacted him a few months back, inviting him to return to the Klan fold and lead the Colorado realm, and he'd rejected the offer. Whatever Locke had in mind for the Order of Equals, it was not clannishness. The doctor would have relished the front-page press coverage of his death. The stories were full of whoppers and exaggerations he'd propagated over the years about his military record, his education, and other accomplishments. One claimed that he'd served in the Philippines during the Spanish-American War. He spent the entire conflict stateside. Another explained that his break with the Klan had been the result of his refusal to enter upon a program of persecuting Catholics, Jews, and Negroes. Hundreds turned out for his memorial service. The roster of honorary pallbearers included 8 judges and a Catholic priest. He remained an enigma, a changeling whose true shape was always hidden. He had taken on a fanatic's job, but there was nothing fanatical about him, just a schemer's love of scheming, a liar's habit of lying. Whatever his true beliefs, they mattered far less than what he could persuade others to believe. Men like him embraced any infernal bargain that could bring them the power they sought, and never bothered to read the fine print. Several of Van Cise's allies in his battle against the Klan went on to enjoy long and distinguished careers. After filing his last KKK meeting spy report, Robert Maiden left the district attorney's office and served as a federal law enforcement agent for the next 30 years. He worked narcotics and tax investigations and as a probation officer. He came out of retirement to take the job of marshal of Empire, a small mountain town, for 6 years. He died in 1976. Otto Moore left his job as assistant district attorney to open his own law practice. His concerns about the economic struggles of his clients, especially the older ones, prompted him to work with members of Congress on drafting legislation that would eventually become the Social Security Act of 1935. In 1948, he was elected to the Colorado Supreme Court. When he retired from the bench 20 years and 5,000 court decisions later, He went back to work as a prosecutor at the request of Denver District Attorney Dale Tooley, and stayed at it until he was 89. He died in 1990 at the age of 94. Sidney Whipple, the Klan-taunting editor of the Denver Express, moved on to bigger outfits. He reported on the Lindbergh kidnapping trial for United Press and authored 2 books about the case, worked as a drama critic for the New York World Telegram, covered the war in the Pacific for Scripps Howard, and wrote a column for Stars and Stripes until shortly before his death in West Germany in 1975 at the age of 87. Denver Post star reporter Forbes Parkhill left the newspaper business for magazine and film work. He wrote short stories for the Slicks and the Pulps, a couple of screenplays and at least 1 novel, and several books of nonfiction about the Old West. Several of his cowboy stories were adapted into movies in the 1930s. He died in San Diego in 1974 at the age of 81. Van Cise, too, had an eventful journey after the collapse of the Klan. His legal career was rich in drama and occasional, inchoate bursts of violence. Yet it was an oddly muted second act, his accomplishments largely unsung. No judgeship awaited him, no invitations to run for public office, no political intrigues beyond the petty power struggles within the State Bar Association. His name vanished from the newspapers for years at a time. He was not simply passed over but shunned, as if the powers that be had decided that he should be consigned to oblivion early and for all time. What could turn a local hero into an exile in his own town? Part of it, surely, had to do with Van Cise's voice-in-the-wilderness role in an episode that many Denver citizens were not keen to revisit. After Locke's death, the Klan's 2-year reign in the state was hardly ever mentioned in polite society, not for decades. People didn't want to be reminded how many prominent members of the community, including Mayor Stapleton and several distinguished judges, had gotten their start under a sheet. Although he rarely spoke about his battle with the Klan, Van Cise's very presence was a reproach to those who had gone along to get along. Van Cise's inflexible notions of right and wrong didn't help matters. His uncompromising sense of rectitude, so central to his defiance of the Klan, frequently exasperated colleagues and allies. He prepared for litigation like a general prepared for war, and his scorched earth campaigns against 2 of the city's most influential leaders may help to explain how he came to be treated as a pariah himself. In 1927, after a series of court battles, Judge Ben Lindsay was toppled from his perch in Denver's juvenile court, a fiefdom he'd held since the turn of the century. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled that Lindsay's re-election in 1924 had been tainted by vote fraud in one closely contested precinct. Although the Klan-backed challenger in the race, Royal Graham, had since committed suicide, a new judge had to be appointed immediately. To add insult to injury, Lindsay was also ordered to turn over a portion of the salary he'd received since the election to Graham's widow. Lindsay vowed to contest the bizarre decision and regain his seat on the bench. Van Cise had business in the juvenile court shortly after Lindsay's ouster. He found records missing, staff absent, and the new judge overwhelmed. He filed a complaint with the Bar Association, accusing Lindsay of leaving the place in a state of anarchy and orchestrating a walkout of his loyal employees. Lindsay hotly denied any misconduct and insisted that it was his duty to remove confidential records on hundreds of juveniles so that they didn't fall into the wrong hands. He invited the press to attend while he burned piles of files in a bonfire in a vacant lot. At a bar committee hearing held to investigate the complaint, he told Van Cise to go to hell. "Just calm down there, mister," Van Cise said. "I'm not through with you yet." He wasn't. The bar committee cleared Lindsay of wrongdoing in his tumultuous exit, but Van Cise soon leveled more serious charges. He'd learned that while serving as a judge, Lindsay had received $47,500 from a longtime friend for representing her children in a multi-million-dollar battle over her ex-husband's estate. Lindsay insisted that he had not asked for any compensation for his arbitration services, and that the money was a gift, not a fee for legal work. Furthermore, he had sought another judge's advice on whether to accept the payment, and was told there was nothing improper about it. But Van Cise maintained that Lindsay had acted as a private attorney in the matter, violating his oath of office. In 1929, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that Lindsay had been less than truthful in his account of the transaction and disbarred him. Lindsay soon obtained a law license in California and spent his last decades as a judge in Los Angeles Superior Court. His Colorado license was reinstated in 1935, but he never returned to the state. He and his supporters blamed Van Cise for his expulsion, accusing the former gangbuster of working with the Klan and arch-conservatives to discredit the judge and destroy the compassionate, innovative juvenile justice system he'd developed over decades. "I deeply resent any suggestion that this proceeding was brought to uphold the honor of the bar," Lindsay said, shortly after his disbarment. "Its sole purpose was revenge." His feud with Lindsay didn't win Van Cise any friends among Democrats and Denver's reform-minded elite. But it was his assault on another sacred cow, one of the state's most powerful and feared men, that probably had the greatest impact on his future career. In 1932, the owners of the Rocky Mountain News retained Van Cise to defend the newspaper against a libel suit brought by Frederick Bonfils, the cantankerous publisher of the Denver Post. The cause of the action was an article in the News that had quoted liberally from a speech delivered by Walter Walker, the state Democratic chairman. Walker had called Bonfils a vulture, a rattlesnake, and a public enemy that has left the trail of a slimy serpent across Colorado for 30 years. Bonfils wanted $200,000 for the blackening of his good name. Van Cise had no love for the Post, Bonfils, or his late partner, Harry Tamman, a longtime pal of Lou Blonger's. During the Klan's rise to power, the region's dominant newspaper had been wildly erratic in its response, tweaking Morley for his pardons scandal, but also spewing obsequious articles about Locke that sounded like they were dictated by a press agent. The libel suit was a chance for some payback. Van Cise told the news executives that he would offer truth as a defense. In fact, it was his intention to amass overwhelming evidence that Bonfils was every bit as slimy as Walker made him out to be, and worse, that he had no good name to protect. It would be expensive, he cautioned, and he wanted a free hand to investigate the plaintiff's entire sordid history. "If I'm going into this case, I'm going in it to win," he told them. Roy Howard, the chairman of Scripps Howard Newspapers, agreed to Van Cise's terms. The attorney set up a command center in a building next door to the News and hired a research staff to rake through the muck of decades of local scandal sheet journalism. "We're yellow, but we're red, and we're true blue," Tamman boasted. The team quickly established that Bonfils had been referred to in print in far worse terms than the ones Walker had used. A list of 188 colorful names the publisher had acquired over the years included assassin, traducer, felon, cuttlefish, cootie-covered rat, ghoul, vermin, and devil's paramour. To establish that the name-calling had ample justification, 2 news reporters working under Van Cise's direction hit the road and traced the serpent's trail from Bonfils's boyhood in Missouri to fraudulent land deals in the Texas Panhandle and running phony lotteries in Kansas City. But those were mere youthful indiscretions compared to what the publisher had accomplished since he and Tamman took over the Post. He had blackmailed advertisers, threatened and assaulted competitors, and purportedly extorted money from Harry Sinclair, one of the principals in the Teapot Dome oil leasing scandal, in exchange for dropping his paper's aggressive coverage of him. In a court filing, Van Cise detailed 43 allegations of bad behavior by Bonfils, from the criminal, bribery, jury tampering, stock fraud, to the boorish, hogging his favorite fishing hole on the North Platte River. It was capped off by the jaw-dropping claim that Bonfils is subject to violent nightmares and fears that in one of them he may reveal some of the shady transactions of his past, and requires a constant companion when asleep, so that he may be instantly awakened when seized by such a spasm. When Van Cise attempted to take his deposition, Bonfils refused to answer even the most innocuous questions about his personal history. Van Cise sought a court order compelling him to answer. Bonfils's attorneys requested delays. Like Morley before him, the publisher was finding out how a libel suit can blow up in the face of a complainant who has something to hide. Before the case could get to court, Bonfils abruptly died at his home at age 72. According to his front-page obituary, an ear infection worked its way into his brain, leading to toxic encephalitis. Bonfils had seemed despondent in his last weeks, and some of his friends and relatives believed that Van Cise's relentless investigation of the man contributed to his death. Helen Bonfils, who inherited the bulk of her father's estate and control of his newspaper empire, was not above seeking some payback of her own. The Post blacklisted Van Cise. His name was banished from the newspaper, and members of his family found a chilly reception in social circles friendly to the Bonfils family. No formal decree was issued, but the shunning persisted for years. Even in his banishment, trouble kept calling for him. In 1943, he chased the would-be kidnappers from his front porch. 2 years later, he was in his office, advising a socialite client on her divorce case, when her husband, stockbroker Charles Mangan, burst in. Van Cise whipped around his desk just as Mangan pulled a .32 automatic and pointed it at his wife. Van Cise grabbed his arm, and the two men wrestled for the pistol. A janitor entered the fray and jumped on Mangan's back. Mangan fired 2 shots before they could disarm him. 1 bullet grazed Van Cise's knee. In 1946, he ended his long partnership with Kenneth Robinson and went into practice with his son Edwin, a graduate of Harvard Law, just back from service as a lieutenant colonel in the Army in Europe during World War II. A new editor, Palmer Hoyt, had been brought aboard the Post with the aim of boosting the paper's quality and credibility. One of his first moves was to end the blacklist. Van Cise was no longer persona non grata. After he and Edwin successfully defended the Better Business Bureau in an $11 million libel case brought by a chiropractor who claimed to have cured patients of cancer and polio, they found themselves in regular demand as the Post's libel attorneys. In 1953, the father-son team served as special prosecutors in a bunco case against brothers Clyde and Eugene Checkers Smaldone, members of a notorious Denver crime family. The Gangbuster failed to secure a conviction this time, but the brothers went to prison for jury tampering in another case soon afterward. "My only hobby is work," Van Cise told a reporter. That wasn't strictly true. He still fished and hiked in the mountains on occasion, and was said to have one of the most impressive stamp collections in the state. But he was seen less and less outside his home, where Sarah had been bedridden since the early 1940s, battling the debilitating effects of multiple sclerosis. She passed away in 1955. A few months later, Van Cise announced his engagement to Mildred Kiffin, a Denver voice teacher. On the way to a Christmas Eve wedding in Salt Lake City, the couple's car skidded off an icy road in Wyoming and tumbled down a 10-foot embankment. The car was a wreck. Van Cise's ribs were bruised. Mildred was knocked out. The wedding took place as scheduled. Edwin was the best man. He was a skillful attorney, adept at salvaging cases whenever his father's famous stubbornness threatened to torpedo a reasonable compromise. He would one day have the judgeship that eluded his dad, a seat on the Colorado Court of Appeals. But the colonel wouldn't live to see it. In 1958, the elder Van Cise became of counsel in his son's firm, slipping into the twilight of semi-retirement. He still went to the office, but work wasn't nearly as exciting as it once had been. The past loomed large, yet even its bright edges were fading. He was beset with health problems related to diabetes, the same disease that had claimed his father. On December 8, 1969, he died of a urinary obstruction at St. Luke's Hospital in Denver. He was 85. His death did not attract the crowds of mourners or the weepy tributes that had attended Blonger and Locke. Virtue, cold and odorless and tasteless virtue, as Faulkner called it, is inherently less interesting than vice. And Van Cise had managed to outlive most of his admirers, as well as his enemies. But a tribute to his virtue would eventually be offered. It would only take another 40 years. In 2008, Mayor John Hickenlooper invited the public to help in naming Denver's new Justice Center complex. Nominations of several neglected trailblazers were submitted to a task force charged with making a final recommendation. One group pushed for honoring the much-maligned Ben Lindsay. Other contenders included James Flanagan, the city's first African-American district judge, 1970s District Attorney Dale Tooley, former manager of safety John Simonette, retired judge and civil rights activist Roger Cisneros, and Philip Van Cise, whose inclusion was supported not only by members of the Van Cise family and local historians, but by descendants of the Blonger clan. The task force snubbed Cisneros and Van Cise, prompting debate in city council over the selection process. Ultimately, the council decided to dole out pieces of the complex to all 6 finalists, naming the courthouse after Lindsay and Flanagan and the 1,500-bed detention center after Van Cise and Simonette. Councilwoman Jean Fatz abstained from the vote, saying she was troubled by the juxtaposition of the Van Cise and Lindsay names across a plaza. They're going to be facing off from each other, just as they did in life. Naming the jail after Van Cise was presented as a form of poetic justice. After all, he had been an innovator in the field of detention, transforming a church basement into an effective holding cell. But locking up offenders had been the least of his achievements. His name on a building could not explain who the man was, or the stand he took in the dark days, when his entire city seemed to teeter on the edge of an abyss. 21st century Denver is a very different place than the town Van Cise knew. The population more diverse, the economy more robust, the political climate less provincial and paranoid. The speakeasies and clip joints have been replaced with government-approved brew pubs and marijuana dispensaries. Graft is no longer a given in civic affairs, and people are genuinely shocked when allegations of payoffs surface. Van Cise wouldn't recognize the place, but he had something to do with altering its course. He didn't conquer the underworld, but he exposed the systemic corruption that allowed organized crime to thrive. He didn't eradicate the Klan, but he stripped off its hood and displayed its criminal nature for all to see, until it scurried back into white America's dark corners. He met lies and hysteria with cold facts and the law. Even when it led him to wild and lonely places, he kept to his path, convinced that he was on the road to redemption. This concludes Gangbuster by Alan Prendergast, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2023 by Alan Prendergast. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.